independent research projects to school counselors and administrators. They worked extremely hard on these independent studies. Jenna researched sex chromosome disorders and how they lead to psychiatric and behavioral problems, and Annabelle looked into synthetic progesterone used in hormone replacement therapy that prevents uterine and ovarian cancer, but which also has severe negative side effects on the body. They both wrote papers on these topics in conjunction with their in-depth and incredible presentations. And I can tell, based on the subject of their projects, that these girls are clearly going to be leaders in the STEM field in just a few short years. Brianna Nataro, Olivia Appleton, and Libby Anderson, Emma Santoni, and Riley Jones participated in an MLK celebration with the NASA Interfaith Council, where they read poems and took part in the day's celebration. And during this time, seniors have been working with the Cape Cod Foundation and other programs to work on scholarships. And juniors have been taking part in college planning meetings to look forward to their future. And all the grades have been starting to plan their next year courses. And for sports, boys and girls basketball beat Sturgis West at the end of January, and boys also beat Falmouth Academy with a final score of 63-12. However, girls and boys both lost to Sandwich. Boys hockey lost to Wareham Carver and to Martha's Vineyard, but both games goals came from freshman Wyatt Archibald. Girls hockey lost to DY 2-0, but won against Warren Mashpee Wareham/Old Rochester. And girls hockey had a great win over Nantucket 10-5. And seniors have also been having the opportunity to work with internships, where they get to leave during a few blocks in the day, including our Jossam Hour, and work with people in the community. And their internships range from hospitals to law firms to pediatric offices. And everyone I talk to loves it so much, and they're all so interested in what they're doing and are very excited to continue those studies when they're in college. And the mock trial team has been doing very well. We beat Sturgis, Nauset, and Barnstable, and we are moving on to regionals, which is on Sunday at Clark University, so please wish us luck. The Monomoy government students traveled to Edward M. Kennedy Institute for the We the People speech competition. The students presented speeches in groups to panels of judges and answered questions about the Constitution, civics, government, and current events. Michael Hemian, Lucas Garneau, and Stephen Young won an award for their presentation. And Miss Doyle's freshman English class wrote and performed plays on our stage based on the tragic flaw of hubris in the auditorium after doing their Greek tragedy unit. And for sports, to close January, boys and girls basketball both beat Rising Tide, and boys had a win which advanced them to the state tournament. Boys basketball also beat Plymouth South, and girls beat Sturgis East. And girls hockey unfortunately lost to Barnstable 1-0, but the Furies goalie made 19 stops during that game, and they also unfortunately lost to Sandwich. And at the beginning of February, Monomoy students got the opportunity to go to the Iowa caucus. This was a great experience to see politics in action. We visited the Iowa Capitol building and the Ulysses S. Grant's childhood home. During our time there, we saw 6 Democratic candidates' rallies, including Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, and Bernie Sanders, as well as 2 Republican candidate rallies, including former Massachusetts Governor Bill Weld. And during this, we got tons of opportunities to take pictures and selfies with all the candidates. We observed the town Davenport's caucus and got to see the caucus process in action and talk to the people who were participating in it. And the Interact Club students participated at the Youth Street Reach breakfast for the homeless and helped serve food. And for opening February, the sports have been great. The boys basketball beat Sturgis 65-35 with a high scorer of Joe Domingo with 17 points. They also defeated St. John Paul, and Aiden Melton scored the game high of 24 points. And then they unfortunately lost to DY. Girls basketball defeated Falmouth Academy with Caroline Giovanni, Leah Nash, and Melissa Velasquez, all scoring 14 points. They unfortunately lost to St. John Paul, but Caroline DiGiovanni scored their game high of 17 points. And the varsity boys hockey team fought hard, but lost to DY in overtime, 4-3, but 3 goals came from, again, freshman Wyatt Archibald. The varsity girls hockey defeated Falmouth 3-2 with a strong defense from Nikki Awal, but unfortunately lost to DY as well. And a congratulations goes to senior Connor DeVoe for receiving the Richard E. Maxwell Scholarship from the Cape Cod soccer officials. And other congratulations to Elijah Beasley, who committed to Division III lacrosse at UMass Boston. Junior Libby Anderson organized an all-arts night, which incorporated performance from the elementary, middle, and high school choirs. She put over 100 hours of service into planning this event in order to receive her Gold Award for the Girl Scouts. This event also included visual art displays from our high school art students. Jessie Curry and Caitlin Lyons represented Monomoy at the Massachusetts Celebration of Girls and Women in Sports. These girls are great examples of leaders on and off our field. The Model UN Club also had their first conference in Boston at MIT. This consisted of out-of-state and international students. They represented delegations such as Israel, Malaysia, New Zealand, the Netherlands, Lebanon, Portugal, and more. And so as these delegations, they played as members in committees such as the International Atomic Energy Committee, World Health Organization, and the United Nations Committee. Students worked hard to master their skills of critical thinking, negotiating, public speaking, and diplomacy skills. And students were very excited to have February break. Many seniors traveled in and out of state to admitted student stays, and we're getting closer to narrowing down where we're going to be in the fall. And as an effort to continue the growth mindset of education, English teacher Miss Doyle shadowed student Aya Wilson, and she learned about the daily life of a student and how we balance our workload with our extracurriculars. And 8th grade students from Provincetown got to be sharks for a day, where they came and shadowed Monomoy students and learned about our school and our community. And to close February with sports, boys basketball beat Cape Cod Academy in a riveting game, where Joe Domingo achieved the game high of 25 points. They also beat Sturgis 69-21. Girls hockey won against Nantucket 5-0 on their senior night and tied Pembroke 2-2. Unfortunately, girls basketball lost a tough game to Nantucket 39-32 and to Cape Cod Academy as well. And boys hockey lost to Cardinal Spellman Monday 2-1, and they also unfortunately lost a game to Martha's Vineyard 4-3. And to close, I want to give a friendly reminder that the theater department will be putting on Les Miserables. This will be on at 7 p.m. on Wednesday, March 18th, as well as the 19th, 20th, and 21st, as well as a 1 o'clock matinee on the 21st. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thorough and wonderful as usual. You guys are very busy. You going back to the theater now?
I don't know.
Thank you very much.
I'd just like to say that
yeah, sure.
Thank you, Jamie.
this report was one of the more detailed and interesting because, of course, we can't be at all those, so it was really nice that you gave some of the highlights. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is public comment. I encourage always for folks, if they have anything to contribute or share, that this is a great opportunity, and we welcome you guys up at this time. We just ask that you limit your time to 5 minutes at the podium. Is there anyone that'd like to speak at this time? There will also be another opportunity at the end of the meeting as well. Okay, seeing none, moving on to recognitions.
We've got a few, which is a good thing. First of all, I'd like to thank the Friends of the Performing Arts at the middle school for their donation, the amount of $500 for the geometry game show, to Cape Cod 5 for their mini grants in the amount of $500 to Shayna Grogan at the high school, and to Holly Tavano, Wendy Moore, and Lisa McManamum at Harwich Elementary School. The Arts Foundation of Cape Cod for their check in the amount of $200 to cover the transportation costs for the Chatham Elementary School trip to the Barnstable Performing Arts Center. To the Garden Club of Harwich for their Earth First grant in the amount of $175 to Wendy Moore at Harwich Elementary School to purchase a new cold frame for the school's gardens. The Chatham Cultural Council for funding to support in this funding support in the amounts of $150 for the language of dance, $500 for Historia Antigua, $285 for May the Forces Be With You, and $2,000 to support the middle school Cuddy Hunk field trip. The STARS Regency program of the Mass Cultural Council for their grant in the amount of $4,200 to our middle school. The Harwich Cultural Council for their funding of the amounts of $350 to support the language of dance at the middle school, $1,000 to support the middle school trip to Cuttyhunk. The Family Pantry of Cape Cod recently recognized Monomoy Regional Middle School for donating 1,000 pounds of food to the pantry in 2019 through their food drives held at the school. And the Massachusetts Bureau of Substance Addiction Services, working with the Barnstable County Department of Human Services, has awarded a substance abuse prevention collaborative grant in the amount of $1,400 to the Monomoy Regional High School After Prom program. We'd also like to thank an anonymous community member for donating $100 to the high school's After Prom event and $100 to the high school's Java Shore Cafe program. And this just in, the Harwich Elementary School PTO has a fun run that happens tomorrow that will be supporting the Harwich Community Playground. The goal that they were shooting for was to reach $30,000 to be raised. Currently, they have $36,000 pledged, with the pledges ending tomorrow. Because they exceeded the $30,000 mark, Principal Oldak and Assistant Principal Hughes they had offered to be slimed if the funding exceeded $30,000. So they were slimed at a school assembly today. Unfortunately, it did not reach the $100,000 mark for the superintendent to get slimed.
That's what it takes.
No. And then last but not least, despite me continuing to tell her that she should go home because it is her birthday, I'd like to wish Katie Isornio a happy birthday and again encourage her to go home. I got this.
I think we should all like guide you out.
You need an escort.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. All right, great. Thank you so much, and happy birthday. Moving on, reports and discussions. First item would be the COA Citizens Petition presentation. I believe David Oppenheim is presenting. And I've handed out a handout from Mr. Oppenheim. I think you should all have a copy. And there are a couple extra up here if anyone needs one.
I have to apologize right away. I brought my wrong folder, so I'm going to have to wait. I'm not going to explain the diagrams in front of you. I think they speak for themselves. I think all of you are quite familiar with this by this particular point. I know a lot of you were at the presentation of the selectmen recently. So what I really want to talk about is process and how this came about a little bit and give you a little bit of background. We were surprised that you were thinking about you were contemplating a vote tonight because to the best of our knowledge, we haven't asked for you to vote on it or made a formal request of everything because we're not prepared to that point. I don't know if anybody else has made a formal request, but certainly the petition group has not. We don't have enough information. What you have in front of you is the product of a group of people who were not satisfied with the choice at the January town meeting of 1610 Main Street. As many of you know, we've been going through this for several years. We had a plan designed for one-story council on aging for Middle Road. It was defeated at town meeting. We think because of the location as opposed to the design seemed to be well received. In January, we had a town meeting where the town voted to have a feasibility study for 1610 Main Street, and it was, at the time, appeared to be the only option. It was brought up at that town meeting by a taxpayer. They thought there was another option, and it was the Stepping Stones Road property. And that's the first I've heard of it. I've been walking around that property for years. I, quite frankly, thought it was part of the bike trail. Maybe part of the buffer between. I had no idea, and I think a lot of people had no idea. Since then, I walked on the property, and having been in the building business for over 45 years, was quite surprised at how large it was, etc. And so we talked amongst ourselves and decided we should at least find out whether this is something that could even receive a senior center. So what you have in front of you in a plot plan, not the aerial, is something that because we don't have the budget and we don't have any funding and we have no town money to do this, it's a draft done by Ryder Wilcox very quickly that shows that in fact the one-story building that was proposed for Middle Road will in fact fit on there. The appropriate amount of parking spaces will fit on there. And that's as far as we've gone. And what we did know and also noticed in that is that approximately more than half the land would be left for open space in that 2-acre parcel. So that's what once we saw that, we decided that we thought this was a viable location for the town to look at and consider. So we very quickly circulated our thoughts and received over 500 people signing a petition in about 72 hours. Excuse me. What our petition for the special town meeting is not for anybody to approve this, but for us to get information. Information we want is a feasibility study, much like has been done on 1610 Main Street. And I have to say, the people that have worked on 16 Main Street have done a marvelous job coming up with a 2-story building and adequate parking, but we feel it's still a very compromised situation. It has very little open space, and we don't feel in our opinion, it's not necessarily the best place. So we wanted to look for alternatives. So what we're asking for is at the March meeting is for the town to vote to have a feasibility study, which can be done very quickly and in conjunction with the ongoing one for 1610 Main Street, because we don't want to disadvantage the senior center at all. We'd like them to be able to have a decision at the May town meeting. There's no design work to be done on the buildings. It's already designed. We actually have a second design, which is the 2-story building, which would also fit on this property. We were here several weeks ago when you first discussed this, and we listened to the discussion and heard your concerns. I think it was Nancy Scott that started off saying she was a little nervous about this. It was bothering her. She wasn't quite sure, and finally started talking about safety issues for the kids, whether it's kids being picked up, traffic patterns, kids walking home from school. Legitimate concerns. We've heard from neighbors that they're concerned about traffic. We've heard there was a report given to the selectmen by the Bikeways Committee, and they're concerned. They're looking for answers. They have questions and answers. We have questions. We're not here to tell you this is it. We're here to tell you that we think this is something that should be considered. You have the power. It's your property to control. I don't know all the technical stuff, but basically it's under a lease, and it would be entirely up to you whether it's now or later. But you're educators, and you want information. Sorry. When we were here several weeks ago, one of the things that we sat through, which was very interesting, was your principal, I believe it was the principal, talking about all the opportunities that you've given your students outside, going to Iowa caucuses to learn about how our democratic process works, information. Mock courts, where you learn how the process works. We the people, and debates and things like this, meeting with our representatives, things. It's all about getting information, because part of teaching, and I know, I was lucky enough to have a good education, and my wife was a special needs teacher at Orleans Elementary School for many years, so we're for education, we support education, our family and our businesses do, because it is important. But education, you get book learning in school, socialization in school, but some of these other programs you're doing are marvelous, because you're actually getting your kids out there to see how things work, so that when they're ready to vote, they're going to have more information. They're going to be able to make better decisions because they understand how it works. They'll be able to decipher what different people are saying. And that's what we would like what we're hoping the school board will do here. We hope you will not vote on this tonight or vote to defer your decision. We would like we think we're all students on this right now, not educators. We don't know enough to tell you that this is the right spot. So we all want to learn about this, which is why we want the money to be granted at the March 7th town meeting, so that we can have professionals, which we have not had the benefit of. We couldn't do a budget because we haven't had the consults. Several hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent on Middle Road for consultation, design, and specs. We're spending roughly $130,000 on 1610 Main Street. That may turn out to be the best spot. This site deserves to answer your questions. It deserves to answer our questions. It deserves for all of us to have the knowledge we need to make the right decision. I believe I heard many of you were teachers in your careers. You taught kids how to learn, how to disseminate information and make proper decisions. That's what we would like you to do. You have the power. If on March 7th, the majority of people there don't vote to consider this, it becomes pretty much a moot point. We believe a majority of people are going to vote to look at this and give it a fair shake. You don't lose any power if you listen and get information. In fact, by waiting and listening, you do a couple things. You educate yourselves on what the realities of your concerns are. Even if you ultimately voted against this, if it was preferred, you've still got all the information from your traffic studies, things that you could use, like maybe there should be a blinking light on stepping stones like there is on Kroll Road, saying school's in session, 15 miles an hour. Maybe the Bikeways Committee will learn that there's things that they can do better. Maybe you'll decide this is something that you do want to consider, knowing that you have another 6 to 7 acres of undeveloped land within your own school site at this point in time. I'm not asking you to approve anything. I'm asking you to wait and get the information, just like you ask your students to do. As educators, you teach your kids to learn and make the right decisions. I'm asking all of you to become students, and let's get the information ourselves. There are hundreds of people that put their name on this petition. The majority of our population are seniors in the town of Chatham. They support the schools, they support the students, they support all the activities. They deserve to have and consider the best options for the senior center that they possibly can. They deserve, the 500 people deserve the respect of this board and all boards. The seniors deserve the respect of knowing that every option for them is considered. Whatever you finally decide, it should be based on information, not speculation, not on things that might be well answered. In the end, you'll make your own decision, and I think it's the right thing. It's the right thing to do. Today we went to the Finance Committee, and Joanne Sprague, I think, said it best, and they voted in favor of having a feasibility study done for this property. They didn't take a position on the property. They took their position on spending up to no more than $130,000, which it won't be that much because the buildings are already designed. But they took a position to get information. And we would ask that you take a position to get information. Joanne Sprague said, with all the efforts of the taxpayers that went into this, they deserve the consideration and the patience to get the information necessary for people to make the proper judgment. Again, as educators, I think you should set the example for your students who you instruct to get information. You teach them to get information. I think you should follow your own lead, and I would hope tonight you either don't vote on it at all and just defer and wait for the time and gather all the information, or vote to defer your decision until after the town meeting, and if the town meeting votes favorably to proceed with the feasibility study, you defer your decision until the information comes to you. We'll all be better off if we have facts instead of speculation. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Oppenheim right now at this moment? Is there anyone else part of your presentation presenting tonight? Just you?
None at this point.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Any questions? No? All right. At this point, I would open this for discussion to the board for the COA location at the middle school property on Stepping Stones. Is there someone who would like to start? Sharon?
I just listened last time and gathered more information, but having gone to that school myself, and I've been very familiar with it, I feel personally like this board is represented to be advocates for the students. So I feel prepared to vote tonight for the students. I do care very much about person that can use the COA, and I care about the COA. But I think there are other alternatives, and there are other plans we may have for this property that we can't use a different location in town.
Great, thank you, Sharon. Are there any other comments? Joe?
Well, I don't favor the Stepping Stones Road site for a senior center, so I wouldn't pursue a feasibility study for a site that I wouldn't support. I'm not sure the best analogy or metaphor, but I don't think I would want to pay for a house inspection unless I intended to purchase the home. And if I knew I wasn't going to, I wouldn't need to inspect it. And further, the feasibility study won't address all the concerns. It won't end all the speculation with information, and it won't address all the objections that I have. Nor will a feasibility study, even the best, answer or address all the potential problems. A feasibility study, for example, can't guarantee, here I'm going to metaphor a bit, that the pipe will be laid deeply enough on the road. You can't guarantee that. The expenses and problems might come up later on. There are other issues involved in the Stepping Stones Road site. For me, the first one would be, how does anything brought to us advance the interests and needs of the students in a particular area or in that particular school? And failing that, well, that's the first point of which I'd have to take note. My interest is to see how a proposal is going to benefit students, and I see very little of it here. There has been some general talk about helping generations and so forth, but that can occur right now. I mean, we have buses after all. We do take middle school students to the Orpheum Theater to see their finest hours and so forth. There's other ways to look at this too, and I won't get into all of them. Better people than I, more eloquent people than I have addressed it. One is simply the politics of it. I think if I wanted to guarantee that there was no senior center, if I thought a senior center was a bad idea and I didn't want to have it, what I would do is support two projects, because I think each of them are strong enough to be viable to come forward. In other words, no project is so weak that it would see the need to withdraw. Nobody would pull back or draw out. There would be no Kamala Harris in this campaign. But neither proposal is strong enough to win. That's what I think is the likely development in this situation. So what will happen is proponents of two proposals will step forward boldly and bravely, form a circular firing squad, and start having at it. And people who think a senior center is a bad idea need merely get out of the way of incoming. Anyway, I'm just touching on a few points. I think you see why I try not to talk too much at school committee meetings, because once I get started, I go on a bit. I don't favor a feasibility study for a project that I think is ill-advised and which I would not support.
Great. Anyone else? Tina?
I'll just make one comment. I'm on the Harwich side, so I will admit to not following this, and I'm very confused. If there is something that's been proposed on 16 Main Street, how did it land here? 2 weeks ago is the first that I got wind of this. I think we all did. So I'm really confused as to why, if there's something at 1610 Main Street, why are we talking about this? So
David, do you want to speak to that? That would be great, thank you. Brief our Harwich people.
Yes. There's a lot of different takes on why this is. Our take is that inadvertently or by choice, this property was not, when they were looking at alternate sites, it was not looked at. It wasn't vetted in the public. And we felt, we didn't know about it. It literally, the first time we really heard about it was at the town meeting when a gentleman stepped up and said, why don't we consider this? I've lived in Chatham almost 50 years, and I wouldn't have considered this property because first of all, I thought it was, I've heard people describe it as a sliver next to the bike path. It's bisected from the school by the bike path, so I never even thought about it. So one of the things, when you're gonna spend the kind of money and you're gonna do things for the seniors in Chatham, we wanna be sure that they get the best opportunity to do things, and get the best thing for them for the long term. And it's a lot of money that's going to be spent, and they deserve the best, just like the school system deserves the best. So it's too bad this wasn't vetted back before the January town meeting, because I think we would have had a feasibility, we would have had more information. But we haven't put a shovel in the ground yet. So we think it's important to be able to go and have an informed decision that we make. Once again, I mean, I understand that if you take a vote tonight, it's probably going to be in the negative, but I don't understand why you would take a vote when you risk nothing by looking forward. The point of making competing sites that was just made is, there's a valid point to that, but as one of our former selectmen said, maybe we should study both of them and let the town meeting have a choice and go with the best one, and let's get this thing built. So I think information's important. I'm not sitting here telling you I think it's going to change your mind, but I do think a feasibility study will answer your questions about things that may end up being irrelevant to whether or not there's a senior center there, but might help you with any other traffic issues, or even with what you might do with the land someday. Because it's all information, it's factual information that's going to be helpful. There's no harm in you not taking a position tonight. All you're saying is, we're not taking a position because we want to know more. You are in control. And quite frankly, I think one of the roles of education is to learn. And I think that it's incumbent on you to take the time to learn before you make your decision.
Thank you. Tita, you still look like you're
Well,
miffed,
and I will admit to being a little befuddled, because again, I live in Harwich. I'm trying to understand all of this.
And I think I can probably further clarify a little bit more for you, and that the COA project has been 3 years in the making, at least 3 years in the making. So there have been various sites that have been, some have been vetted, some have not. And I think that when it comes down to it, some had, the ones that were chosen had feasibility studies, and there were some that were not chosen. And I think the general feeling is that Stepping Stones was looked at, but it wasn't vetted like this. It wasn't, there was no feasibility study. It wasn't necessarily made public to everyone. It wasn't at a town meeting, So I think that's kind of the general gist of it, and it's now being looked at more closely because it could be a possible site.
Okay.
Does that help?
No.
Okay. Joanne?
I'm back to where I was 2 weeks ago, and I agree that the job of the teacher is to teach and the children to learn. However, with the way things are, the reality, and I speak to this with a great deal of knowledge, safety is number one. And so, with that in mind, I mean, you could give me all the measurements in the world, and I am such a global thinker that just is nothing. So I went up there, and I walked the bike trail, and I walked up the hill, and I slid down the hill. Because some people shouldn't be walking up hills. But I wanted to see what was up there. I wanted to see if that land was just ready to go. Well, it wasn't ready to go, and nor was I, quite frankly, although I did climb the mountain. But when I looked down, I realized the baseball field's right there. That's where the kids play. There's a parking lot. That's where the parents park when the kids are playing there. And Then I looked and I saw 3 crosswalks, or I had come across a crosswalk, and then 2 crosswalks for the bike trail. And then I looked at the homes and I thought, these children walk to and from school possibly. And so for me, it's just a huge safety issue, and I want to use the right word. I don't know why it appeals, why it's an appealing spot when it's in the middle of a school environment. It's a neighborhood environment, it's a bike trail, and I'm gonna tell you, it's a cut-through, because guess who cuts through on an ongoing basis? That's how I get to North Chatham. That's how I get to work at the theater during the summer. That's how I sign the vouchers every week, is I cut through. I go up by the airport and stepping stones, and just a huge concern about safety. I agree with the learning, but number one is safety of children. And I don't find that safe for children, especially with the cars coming out of the parking lot. You know, so much comes to mind. And I have to say, I did go and watch the presentation on 1610, so that's not far from my house, so I was a little negative about that. But then that started to make sense to me. I could see where they were going with that, and I felt that that was a safer situation, even though, you know, wider street, but someday we won't be going through the ruts and holes and whatever else is there. It'll be a highway, somewhat of a highway that will be ready for cars and travel. Stepping stones, I have to say, the safety issue just holds me back. And that's it.
Thank you, Joanne. Terry?
Thanks, Jackie. We chatted in general a couple of weeks ago about the same topic, and what do we have to lose for another month to get information? I visited both sites, walked them. My only question that I wasn't able to find the answer to, and on a per-day basis, how many seniors visit the present center? I don't know that answer. My sense, and it was formed 2 or 3 weeks ago. I've been on the committee for approaching 10 years now, and when we regionalized, even before a hole was dug here, we were regionalized. The timing is very awkward for this school committee, because the time to do this, and I know the senior center's been discussed in Chatham for several years. It's unfortunate it wasn't 9 years ago when we were going to take over the Chatham High School and turn it into Monomoy Middle, if that was such prime property. But I might have just said, Johnny come lately, terrific thoughts came out of you folks who said, hey, how about this? I'm a guy who was in education for 40-plus years, and I've done my due diligence in my workplace. I would imagine the select board, they've done that, and they've come up with the Chatham Select Board. They have come up with studies that point to West Chatham. All I've done is walk it. There was a comment in today's little chronicle. I'm a senior, Senator.
You're a senior, sir.
No, I'm slipping. I'm a senior, and the comment was made that as we get to be my age, 70-plus, that our driving ability lessens and lessens, and therefore alluding to stepping stone would be better because West Chatham might be too dangerous. My logic would be on those 2 examples that a residential, semi-quiet street, and I'm not, versus Route 28, if I were living in, as I did 50 years ago in Chatham, in South Chatham, I would see the advantage of creating an anchor with this senior center somewhere in the area of the 2 or 3 restaurants, the medical center, Dunkin' Donut, a walking path in the back, that in fact you create something that a lot of seniors probably could do a lot of one-stop shopping in that area, versus Stepping Stone, which, as I drive there twice a week to meetings, is a residential area. So those are my concerns. I'm echoing what other people have said. And lastly, What would it cost? Well, in my mind right now, as far as a vote, I'm comfortable where I am, and I would see waiting, not a change in my opinion, because that's about as much information that I would need, but it would be another $130,000 that the Chatham voters would say, vote, and then we reconvene, and if our minds had been changed, fine. If not, someone's out $130 in Chatham. So that's kind of where I find myself.
Thank you, Terry. Do you want to go?
You can go.
Okay. I just feel it's important that everybody tonight has something to add. So if you don't, that's fine, but I'm going to give my opinion at this point. I think that Mr. Oppenheim is correct in saying that you can't see if something works or doesn't work until you do the work and you do the research and you find out, in fact, if this location is feasible or not. I fully understand that, and it makes complete sense to me. Where I fall short of that is the school committee's purview is not whether or not this location is feasible for the town of Chatham, but whether or not the school committee is willing to surplus the property for the use of a COA building on that property. That is our issue at hand. When we were told we were going to discuss the COA because it's been brought to our attention and it was a surplus item, we put it on our agenda 2 weeks ago to discuss as a committee, to learn about it. I know that I've been reading a lot. I watched the selectmen's meeting on television because I wasn't able to be there. I was up well past 9 o'clock doing that. So we've all been doing, at least I know that I can speak that I've been doing my homework. I'm also a town taxpayer. I read the papers, I keep up, I listen and talk with people just to keep myself educated on the matter, and it certainly has been timely. So when we have something on our agenda, typically 2 weeks out, it's voted on, and that is why it's on our agenda, because at this point, it's about surplusing the property or not. It's not about a feasibility study. It's not about whether we agree if we need a COA in Chatham. Those are Chatham town taxpayers' choices. Those aren't school committee choices. That's my opinion. So at present, I look at it solely, ultimately down the road, if a feasibility study went well, and you were, and the petition was granted, and you got the $130,000, and you did a feasibility study, and it was wonderful, it is ultimately going to come back to us, because now we have to go through the process of surplusing that property out. So whether we make a decision now or later, I don't see the issue, in my opinion, with voting now on what our desire would be, because the feasibility study isn't going to make a difference at this point for us. It's the property itself. So that's what I've got. Mrs. Nancy.
I will
Mrs.
try.
Nancy.
You got most of it in there. It's all good. I just keep going back to why are we looking at this property? Why is this even a school committee issue? Because it's our property. Our property is for the students and the students' education, much what Sharon was saying. And is this going to help the benefit of the students? You know, why is this important enough to even look at and talk about when there is a completely viable site that's already been approved for a feasibility study? So, you know, I know you, Mr. Oppenheim, you did answer the question as to why it came up, and I can see why it wasn't initially brought up as a piece of property, because it's the school's property. And it really is an odd piece of property. I drive by that at least 3 times a day, driving to school, back home, to work, back home, sometimes back to school. And every time I drive by it in the last couple of weeks, I'm like, really? There? That just is it's just an odd location. If there was no other property left in the town of Chatham for it to be used for a COA center, I could see having a very helpful discussion of why that would be a good piece of property to give up, as opposed to our fields, the field hockey field, the softball field, the baseball field, the soccer fields, tennis courts, the additional basketball courts on the side. I can see where that property would be part of our conversation, but why, when we have a completely viable site in a location that really is more appropriate, to look at taking this where it doesn't benefit our students, where it doesn't benefit the education program that we have. Like Mr. Osceola said, we have buses if we want to create intergenerational, and I'm not really sure how much intergenerational is happening now, and if not, there's no reason why it can't be, with buses going back and forth. I don't see, again, you mentioned a lot about taking a vote and why are we taking a vote, and Jackie, you said very similarly that we're not taking a vote as to whether or not we're going to do with it now, because we don't really have a question in front of us saying, hey, are you willing to give it up? But again, if we're going to look at spending the money on a feasibility study as a taxpayer, as a Chatham taxpayer, if I'm going to say, okay, let's spend money on the feasibility study, and then it's going to come back here, I don't really see how that is going to change my opinion either. I look at it as, why? There's really not a huge benefit to a COA building going there. And I've followed along with it over the years. I was there when the huge outcry went down when Middle Road failed, and I just don't see a benefit. I do want to make sure that it's said publicly that a couple of the people from Harwich said last time that it really doesn't impact us, and I'm just a Harwich member. And I just want to make sure that everybody here understands and knows that it does impact, because these are all of our kids at the middle school. So this is a committee decision, not a Chatham committee decision. So just making sure that's out there as well. But I don't see why.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Tina?
Yeah, with that being said, and thank you for framing it that way, Nancy, because I'm looking at this, so if I put on my school committee hat, and I'll say again what I said 2 weeks ago, and I have to echo my colleagues, there are a lot of safety issues with this. So I think, again, it just seems to me there's this other location. I'll do my research and try to understand why that's not, a good choice and why we're looking at this. So I'll certainly do that. But I think looking at this from a school perspective, I am very concerned, so many reasons for safety. I mean, and I said this 2 weeks ago. So I think I have to echo, and I'm going to have to trust my Chatham colleagues who've been following this closely. And I did have kids. I had kids who went to the middle school, so I'm very familiar with this road. So I'm very uncomfortable with it.
Thank you, Tina.
Yeah.
Dr. Carpenter, and then Joe.
So, I want to start and just say I am a huge proponent of intergenerational collaborations. And I, so we'll actually be ending tonight's meeting with some of my plans for the Student Opportunity Act monies and the plan that we have to put together. And a component of that is very focused on intergenerational collaboration. So the challenge that I have, and I would say I probably am one of the people that have driven up and down Stepping Stones Road over the last 7 years, far more than most, because I used to live right across from where this property's, what we're discussing. So I'm also very familiar with just the challenges with Stepping Stone. And so I think what we have to understand is that the middle school, unlike our elementary school, particularly Chatham Elementary School, and our high school, that middle school has the most number of students who walk and bike to school of all of our schools. And Stepping Stones as I know, is a really, in terms of roadways, it's a pretty narrow roadway with a very unforgiving curve on the sidewalk side that occasionally a distracted driver will look down, hit the curb, bounce into the opposing traffic. I have run out to check on accidents that have happened in front of my house when I owned it at the crosswalk. I've had my son and I give first aid to a pedestrian who got hit walking across the crosswalk, who had his leg terribly broken. So I worry about just our students. Then we have a lot of students that are going up and down stepping stones, coming up Kroll Road in that intersection. I think anything that we can do to minimize traffic in and around the middle school, given how many students actually bike and walk to school, I think is an important thing when it comes to safety. If there was any way, and I know the property's too small, and the selectmen would, scream at me for suggesting this, if there was a way on it that the property abutting our elementary school on Old Harbor Road, which I know is too small for the Council for the Aging, it would be a wonderful site if it could fit the Council for the Aging, because I don't have kids that walk to school from that part of Chatham. I have kids coming up maybe the other direction, but that's a good adjacency for a school that doesn't impact students that I see walking. But this spot on stepping stones, we have a lot of kids that are biking and walking that way, and going down to that intersection at Stepping Stones, Kroll, and Stony Hill, that is a nightmare if you're driving, let alone if you're a middle school student trying to cross the roadway either direction.
Thank you, Dr. Carpenter. And to your comment about accidents, I do remember at the selectmen's meeting the other night, hearing there were police reports that the petitioners had spoken to the police department, and that I believe it was since 2016, there may not have been a speeding ticket and or accident on those two intersecting roads and maybe stepping stones. I just want to make sure that we're getting all the information out there. That being said, the numbers could be significantly different once we put a COA on stepping stones. Who knows? I think at this point, was there someone? Did I miss somebody else? Oh, Joe, I'm sorry. Joe.
Not for the first time have I been forgotten way out here
I know.
at the end of the table by
Sorry, Ms.
Madam
Graziella.
Chair.
Please share.
We've heard from a majority of the school committee. We've heard from the superintendent. I think it's appropriate at this time to consider a vote on the issue of a feasibility study, unless someone has something urgent to say that hasn't been said, and I don't mean to cut off someone.
No?
I just want to, may I make, Madam Chair, one other comment? I think that you triggered my memory. I also believe, I know it to be the case for the 5th grade, but there's a lot of field trips on bicycle, if I'm remembering correct. I know the 5th grade did it, because my daughter did it. Is it 5th grade or 6th grade?
Grade 5.
At the middle school?
It was always
Yeah.
5th grade at the middle school. I don't know
Right,
what's happening
and I
today.
seem to recall that with my kids. So we got a whole grade, and we've got these, because there's a whole lot of effort also made to get the kids walking and biking, and so that's always been an advantage of having that bike trail there. And the superintendent is very correct that a lot of our kids at that age are moving into some independence, so they are riding their bikes home and they are walking home. So that really is a huge concern. But yes, my daughter, when she was in the 5th grade, they had a all-grade bike trip, and I remember that. And I think they do it several times.
Thank you, Tina.
Yeah.
Sharon?
So I'm not going to say anything more about the safety issue. I think we've already heard
Yeah.
enough about that. But to me, a feasibility study would not help at all, even if it solved all those problems, because I'm voting today for something that I think of, as you know, other comments I've made that are 50 and 100 years from now, because what happens is we've got this little piece of land. We're not going to get a bigger piece of land. That's our piece of land. We've had other sports increase since we've got Monomoy. We have had taking academics into practical things outside. There are lots of things that are happening with education and schools that are moving in a direction that takes more space. And so, to me, it's all about keeping the space we have for the kids, because we're not going to get anything more.
Great. Thank you, Sharon. Tina, I just wanted to, also, from watching the selectmen's meeting, just so there's full transparency, I believe the bike path is staying intact around the building. If there was a question of concern with that, I believe it is staying intact. I think maybe more of the concern would be during construction, what it would look like, but again, we don't know any of that information. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that. I think at this point, so we can really move forward and direct where we're going with this. As a school committee, I think that the Chatham taxpayers deserve to know where we stand on the topic, because it's a very hot topic. It's very public right now, and I think that's why we probably should have some type of a vote tonight. I think a vote would prevent us from appearing misleading down the road, or at all costs, we want to be as transparent as possible about where we stand. I think everything possible that we need to hear at this time, feasible or not, is a town decision. Whether we would be willing to surplus the property or not is another issue. So at this time, I would be looking for a motion as a committee with our intentions, and that motion could be to support or not support the petition. The motion could be to surplus or not surplus. At this point, I think we could, I would open it to what the committee feels. Joe?
The discussion tonight is centered on the appropriateness or suitability of a feasibility study. So I'd like to make a motion regarding that, and I'm going to vote against what I'm going to propose, but I propose it as a motion, and my own feeling is to oppose it, but I
So you're
would
making a
present a
motion, Joe?
motion in this way. The Monomoy Regional School Committee supports the March 7th town meeting article calling for a feasibility study on Stepping Stones Road as a site for a senior center. So I'd present that as a motion, and I'd ask for a second.
Second.
That's fine. Second. Tina, question?
No. I was just trying to understand, but I got it. Yes.
Joe, would you mind just rereading your motion one more time for
Certainly.
Leah, please?
The Monomoy Regional School Committee supports the March 7th town meeting article calling for a feasibility study on Stepping Stones Road as a site for a senior center.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, we had a second? And discussion?
I raised the question, Joe. I think the motion should be A or nay regarding, do we as a school committee feel that that is surplus property?
Yeah.
I would suggest that we don't get involved in supporting a feasibility study A and A, but in fact, does the school committee believe that the intact property that is presently Chatham Monomoy Middle School remain as such, and we would not favor voting to declare it a surplus.
Nancy?
To kind of go along with what you're saying, I think we could actually, well, no, we couldn't. I was going to say we could amend Joe's motion to add that in there, to say we support the feasibility study and we support, following along with his positive motion. We support the feasibility study for the warrant, and we support surplusing district property for that use, and then vote yes or no on that. I think that if you support the feasibility study, I'm gathering from all of the comments, the only person we really didn't hear from was Meredith, and I don't mean to call you out, but I just didn't want to assume, but I'm sensing that we all kind of have the same feeling, and therefore you either support the feasibility study with the surplusing, or you don't support the feasibility study and you don't support surplusing. Is that, do I have a lot of double negatives going on in there for you?
Yeah.
Joe?
Or we could just do his motion and then do a second one.
We could.
That was my option B.
Joe?
There's no reason we can't have two motions tonight. In the first place, the group of people came forward, presented, and requested a comment on the feasibility study. I think the committee should make a statement in that. And if people feel ready to vote on the question of surplusing the land in this area, I would certainly be happy to hear that motion. And if Mr. Russell were to make one, I would be one of the first to second it. But I think it's cleaner, easier, and clearer if we have two motions before us. The first regarding the feasibility study, and the second about the advisability of surplusing this land, which is now leased to the school committee.
I believe the vote is to support or not support the petition, which includes the feasibility study, among other things.
That was a suggestion as an amendment. We haven't agreed to that.
Okay. Nancy?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, that was Sharon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I find this motion convoluted, and I would prefer we just had a simple other motion. Did we have a second on this
We
motion?
did have a second.
So
Can you read the
people
motion?
redo?
I'm gonna have to replay it on the video. But Joe can, so it's, Monomoy Regional School Committee supports the petition of the COA, including the feasibility study, with a second by Nancy.
Mary?
So I kind of, just quickly, I'm in the same boat as Tina, learning about this in the last 2 weeks, but my biggest concern has been safety, which we all kind of talked about, or they all kind of talked about. But as far as our committee, isn't it more of our responsibility to talk about whether or not we feel that this is land that we would want to surplus, more than voting towards the petition? Like, I don't know, again, I'm still learning about the whole COA and driving by multiple times a day, but I feel like that kind of falls under our umbrella, where supporting the petition doesn't seem, I know I'm a Harwich resident, but it doesn't seem to fall under, like, I feel like we need to keep our head in the best interest of the children and the land connected to a place that our kids are at.
Well, and that's why I had said our motion could either be regarding the petition, the feasibility study, or it could be a motion regarding the surplus. Now, technically, this still has to go to the special town meeting in March, where it is voted on by the town taxpayers, whether or not a feasibility study happens. If a feasibility study happens and it becomes more realistic that this is the spot, it would then come back to us. If we didn't vote tonight on it being surplus, it would then come back to us to vote on that. So we're moving ahead a little bit, but I think, as Ms. Scott mentioned, if we are or are not going to vote for supporting the petition, then you are or are not going to vote to surplus the property.
Right.
Which is what you're saying.
Right.
So I'm just here to run it.
If I could echo Meredith's, I think it's far more straightforward for our visitors here this evening to have clarity regarding the school committee's decision whether or not this parcel is determined to be surplus. If the answer is no, that's clear. Now, I don't know about the Chatham Select Board to revert the vote, the special town meeting, got to come back, that's for another day. But, I think we're empowered to do two or three things, nothing, or have a motion that declares that at this time, the committee does not favor surplusing that property, yes or no.
And that would make it. So we can either amend the motion or get rid of the motion and make a new motion. We have a second on the motion on the floor.
I removed my second.
Nancy removes her second from the motion. Do I have a second on Joe's motion? No. Okay. revert to the beginning again. Do we have a motion?
I'll attempt.
Oh, Mary.
I know. I didn't do a lot of talking yet.
She's gotta get her quota in.
That's right. I would like to make a motion for the Monomoy Regional School Committee, District Committee, to support surplusing the land, and then we vote on it?
Not supported.
Well, it depends on what her motion is.
Okay, all right.
Right. So we make the motion positive, and then we vote on it.
I'll second that.
Leah, can you read back the motion?
Monomoy Regional School District Committee to support the surplusing of the land, which we'd like to add is at stepping stones.
Yes, we would like to add that.
There was a second?
Yes?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna do a roll call, all right? Starting, does everyone understand the motion?
Yes, we're voting for surplus or no for surplus. Is that correct? Okay.
Joe?
I am not in favor of surplusing land at Stepping Stones Road as a site for a senior center.
Thank you.
Nay.
No.
No.
No?
No,
No.
No. Unanimous? Motion carries.
No.
Yeah.
The motion failed. The motion was to support.
Oh, excuse me.
fails.
The motion
Good
failed.
Lord. Motion does not pass. Thank you.
There's a whole lot of positives and negatives going on.
That's
in
what
there.
it was, okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, Monomoy Regional High School data update. Sorry, good thing you're here. Motion does not carry. Moving right along to item number 3.
Bite your tongue, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we are so excited to see
Sorry.
you.
Thank you. Well, I'm here tonight, Bill Burkett, Principal, Monomoy High School. Thank you for having me. I will be doing a presentation tonight on a deep dive on our accountability data at the high school, which will tell our story of our goal to achieve academic excellence. And it will be 48 slides. So like, for all those that haven't left yet. Now's your opportunity.
Mr. Burkhead.
I can turn 2 slides into an hour.
Wow.
Every minute matters. We'll soak it in.
And I got a new toy here, a laser.
Look at them all.
So I do want to, but I will make it quick. But that being said, there's a lot of information in here. I don't expect you all tonight to grasp every detail and be able to read it all quickly as I present it. I'm just going to highlight these slides. I do invite you, though, however, after taking some time to read that through and hearing me present in the upcoming days or weeks, if you'd like to ask questions or have me back or come visit the school, we'd be happy to sit and explain any of this stuff with you in more detail. So please know that tonight's just a highlight of this data. And I also would like to put it in context. 2 weeks ago when I was at the last meeting, I presented on the experiential experiences of our Outstanding Civics program. And I could do that with all of our programs. And I think that's a huge part of our culture of innovation and what makes our school great. And it's one big part of it. Tonight I'm going to talk about the other half, which is our goal of academic excellence. And I think we're getting closer and closer, as you'll see tonight. The data will break down by grades, by schools, by subgroups, And we'll also have comparable data to other Cape schools to put things in perspective. And a lot of the data tonight, and I'll point this out, is maybe 1-year data, so a starting point. A trend is 3 years or more, so we have some trend data in here. We also have some first-year data, which you can make assumptions on, but it's more important that we wait on that for a couple more years, but it's a good starting point. So this is a great document for us to have, to build on in upcoming years and to compare what we do in each of these subcategories. I want to thank Dr. Cochran for putting a lot of time in working with me on this document and the data. Also our academic dean and assistant principal, Jen Police, who is simply outstanding, put a lot of time and effort into this. She'll be also here to help answer any questions if need be. And our administrative intern, Caitlin Lyons, had also put some time in working on this. So it was a team effort, and we're proud to present it tonight. So I'll start off with enrollment trends. And they've remained relatively consistent at the high school with if you see on the right side, the populations, the breakdown. So there's a slight 6.3 increase in our economically disadvantaged students and a 3.4 increase in high needs populations. So other than that, it's been pretty consistent. Now the accountability. So this is from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education website. So I'm going to try to simplify this because it's a very complex formula they use to gather a lot of this data, so I'm going to put it in layman's terms. So the overall classification is 1 or 2 categories. Schools are classified by 1 or 2 categories. One, you're either requiring assistance or intervention, which is not a good place to be, or you're not requiring assistance and intervention. And I'm proud to say we are not requiring assistance or intervention. The next category is progress toward improvement targets. As we go over each of these categories, each year the state sets targets for you so that you're constantly working to grow and you don't get stagnant or complacent. And so this combines, since this test is now, the accountability system is in its second year, we have 2 years worth of that data we'll be sharing with you. And that's why. So at the high school level, they talk about achievement and growth on our MCAS scores. High school completion, which is graduation and dropout information, our progress on English language learners and their learning, and advanced coursework completion, and finally, attendance and chronic absenteeism. So this is the form you'll see on the DESE website, and I just want to explain how to read this so that you can understand it. This is probably one of the better forms they have. It's pretty easy to understand, which I explained. So we're very unique in that we have an 8th grade at the high school. A lot of these reports are just the right-hand side, which would be 9 through 12. We have two sides to this document, so I'll try with my highlighter here, which I think is working. Okay, thank you. That's why my eyes were burning. Okay. So over here, all students and lowest performing students, this side, because it says non-high school, is the 8th grade section. So when you're reading the categories to the left, achievement, growth, etc., you'll see that graduation rates and stuff are empty here because it's 8th grade. On the right side is 9 through 12. So that's how they broke it up for us when you read that. And it's based on a 0 to 4 scale. If you don't meet any of your goals, you get zeros. And if you meet all of them, you get a 4. So in the 1, 2, and 3 are somewhere in between. So this is 2018. So I wanted to show you. So for example, in 8th grade achievement for English, math, and science, we knocked it out of the park in 18. Okay. And I'll break it down further. They compare all your students in the left column, and then they really want to put a focus on your lowest performing students. These are the students that are at risk of not graduating and not completing and being successful in school overall. So there's a whole emphasis on focusing on those students in the subcategories, which we'll be talking about. So at the night over here last year, and I was here last year kind of talking about this, we didn't do well in that area. So that was a focus for us, and we'll see the difference this year on the right-hand column with our achievement or growth. And then I'll get into what these numbers down here mean in a little bit, so that hopefully helps you kind of understand where that is. Here's 2019, same document, but now you can see the 0s and 1s become 3s and 4s over here on the right side. Especially here is a home run because these are our students that are struggling in school and in jeopardy of not graduating, and we did a really great job in this. And of course, the credit goes to our teachers for all of this. So that was a really nice job, and we scored an 80% on that side, and we'll get to what those numbers mean in a minute. So that's kind of how you read that, and it breaks it all down, and I'll further break this down as we go. And finally, on that document, I broke this out, is your accountability percentile. This is a number 1 through 99 compared to other schools. Again, we're in a unique category. We're clumped in with all 8 through 12 schools, but there's also K through 8 in there, and think K through 12 schools, some charter schools. So they haven't figured that completely out yet, so it's not completely apples to apples at this point, unless they've fixed it since this year. So this is last year, and the way it's figured out is our overall performance relative to other schools. All those numbers I showed you previously, they have a mathematical formula and a weight scale, and we were 32%. So on 1 to 99, bottom third is terrible. And last year I stood before you all and promised you that that would change. I was horrified. New system, new accountability system in the state, so I was confident that we would improve that, and we not only did so, we doubled it. So we're up to 68. Certainly we're not satisfied with that, and that will continue to get better, but our overall rating was 68. They take 60% of this year's grade and 40% of last year's grade, and they get this number. Okay, so that's where the 53 comes. Last year it was 32, because it was only 1 year's worth of data. So we're climbing in the right direction, and we've doubled our output for that. So now we'll start with eighth grade MCAS. These are some of the visuals. We really spend a lot of time talking about growth, because it's the teacher's responsibility to get every student, no matter where they're at when they begin your class, to get 1 year's growth in 1 year's time. And we all know that students are in different places when they enter each grade. Especially at the high school, it could be difference between a 5th grade level and a college level in the same class. So it's very challenging for teachers. So for individual students, we want to get 50% growth is 1 year's growth. So that's the target. So the good news is, in this category for 8th grade English, our growth increased by 5%. And you'll also see in the column that our exceeding top category also nearly doubled. In math, our growth was 51.3% from 46 up in the top. 46 last year, 51.3, which is again an increase by over 5%. So going in the right direction with our growth with our kids in the 8th grade. Grade 8 science, past 2 years. There's no growth score in science because there's multiple different tests. And there's also been test changes and redesigns from the older version, which was called the Legacy, to the new version, Next Generation. So it's really apples to oranges at this point. So they measure achievement only in these categories. And the positive thing about this one is the meeting and exceeding for our achievement in science grew considerably over the year before, so that was also a strong point. Now we break it down. Those previous charts are just broken down in a different grid form here. Oh, and this is trends. This is 3 years of data because for the 8th grade. So I highlighted some growth there, and part of tonight's conversation is going to be also transparency on what we need to get better at, what we're doing well, and what we need to get better at. And I forgot to mention at the beginning, I think what you're going to see tonight, when we compare versus other Cape schools, 3 to 4 years ago, we were down in the bottom third in pretty much all categories. I think what you're going to see tonight is our lowest position is in the middle of the pack, and for the majority of the time, we're in the top 3, and in some cases at the top. So we're making strong gains educationally and academically at our school. So 8th grade ELA, I talked about 50% being good growth, so that's decent growth. The problem with this, it's kind of stagnant. We'd like to see those numbers trending up. So we've got our literacy across all content areas this year to focus on helping with that. It's all of our responsibilities. In math, we've got some really strong growth, and this is what we'd like to see everywhere. 40 to 46 to 51, that's a nice inclined trajectory there that we want to be at. So now we break it down further into subgroups. And we've got males, females, white students, economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, and English learners, and former English learners. So these are categories that DESE offers. So I talked again about student growth, 50%. This is 1 year's data with this breakout of subgroups. This is our first time really digging down into this, so we'll be looking at this over the next 3 years in all those categories.
Bill, just to point out on the
Mike.
last slide, you'll see this. You'll see this throughout Bill's presentation. It'll break out when we have a subgroup slide. It'll break out white students. You say, well, how come we're not breaking out black students or Hispanic students? The reason for that is a lot of times we'll have such small amounts in those. By putting the white students' performance on this, you could compare that to the all students and sort of back into how our students of color are doing. And so if our white students are doing significantly above what our all students are doing, it's indicating that our students of color are actually struggling in those areas. So it's a way to kind of at least tease out where our students of color are in everything by using just the data that you have.
Thank you. So in this case, our all student is 49, white student 49, 44, 45, 53, 56, pretty consistent, which technically tell you by reasoning that our students of color are also doing similarly. So here is the comparisons with other schools in Cape Cod. And grade 8 math growth is top 2 schools on the Cape. And ELA growth is in the top 3 schools on the Cape. Science is the middle of the pack at this time, so that's our goal to improve that. I highlighted the top 3 in English. You can see up there. So we're up there with Lighthouse and Mashpee in the first category, and in math with just only second to Nauset and close. Now we'll transition to 10th grade. So considerable student growth by 19%, which is really amazing for this category. The growth, the number, but also that much above 50% is outstanding. I will mention, though, for the achievement, I wouldn't really try to deduct anything from those charts because it's 2 completely different tests. So we'll be using, the numbers on the right for achievement moving forward next year because the tests will remain the same. Right? So that is something to note when you start looking at the graph. So I would concentrate on the growth numbers because those remain consistent, and that's what measures what students do from year to year in the same cohort. Grade 10 math. The growth numbers are up top. Again, a nice growth. We were in the low 50s, which is above where we want to be, and now we jumped up to 56.5, gaining close to the 60, which would be wonderful. All right, so English and math, 8th grade we're doing strong, 10th grade strong growth. 9th and 10th science, past 2 years, this is kind of a wild card. No changes in the test. So we are able to compare the achievement here. Remember, there's no growth because there's multiple tests. For example, in 9th grade, you can take physics MCAS, and in 10th grade, you can take biology. So it's very unique in science. But here, apples to apples on the achievement, you can see the proficient and advanced in 2019, considerably higher than in 18, so we're showing some nice achievement growth in our 10th grade science. So when we look into some trends, again, there's not a lot of data here because of the new tests, so we're just at a starting point there. And what we'll do next year is we'll come back and add 2020, we'll have actual numbers for you to compare. So here is the subgroup performance. Again, ELA math, both above state average and strong. Again, these subgroups are our first year diving deeply into this. And, you know, if you want to point something out right away, you know, you look at 42 and 32 for an economically disadvantaged in this category, it needs to improve. However, they're doing something right in science. Grade 10 comparisons for other schools. All right, we are number 1 in ELA growth with 64% in Cape Cod. I highlighted them all, that's pretty impressive. And math growth, we're number 2 by what? A little over a percentage point. So I'll point that out up here. 64. Anybody notice how I bolded that? We're number 1. So we need more of those bolds next year. That's pretty cool, and it's also very cool that we're toe-to-toe top 2. You'll hear, like I said, you'll hear top 3, top 2, top throughout the evening, so that's pretty impressive stuff. But again, it's for 1 year, so we have to continue that. Okay, interesting topic here, grade 9, course passing rates. There's a growing body of research that suggests the first year of high school is a critical transition point for all students. And I would argue that all transition years are, kindergarten, 5th grade for us in middle school, any transition year. It also finds course taking and successful completion of those courses in 9th grade to be valuable predictors of student success in high school. University of Chicago research has deemed 9th grade the make it or break it year. The research found students who attended school regularly, that's attendance, and complete the required 9th grade credits and pass them, are more likely to graduate high school than those who did not. And there's some research I was reading that if you get 1 F in 9th grade, you're 30% less likely to graduate, and I believe 2 Fs, you're 50% less likely to graduate. There's a lot of data on that. That's why the state of Massachusetts is tracking this now. They haven't come out and counted on their accountability data yet, but we're getting ahead of it knowing they will, because it is important to know. So we'll share that with you. So here are passing rates by subgroup and then by subject. Kind of mentioned some of this. So just if we look real quick, male rates were lower than the females. Economically disadvantaged and SPED were also lower. And we'll continue to monitor this as 1 year's data and our first time really breaking this down and looking at all of these subgroups, which I'm really excited to start working on. So here we are compared. It's pretty consistent, as you can see. These are 9th grade passing grades from other schools. We're 87. There's some real low. There's some a little bit higher than us. So that's just something to keep an eye on. Now we move into attendance rate and chronic absenteeism. So Massachusetts defines chronic absenteeism as missing at least 10% of school, which in a 180-day school year is 18 days. So you go over, you get that 19th day, you're considered chronically absent. Now this doesn't matter whether it's excused, unexcused, and or for disciplinary reason. You get a suspended a day, that's a day of absence counted against the school. So being chronically absent can have a significant impact on the student's ability to read at grade levels or succeed academically in general. I think that's common sense. So that's an important one that we watch and spend time on as well. Here are attendance comparisons among Cape schools. Again, we're consistent with Cape schools. I will point out, to get there, we haven't always been that way. In 2018, we received 3 out of 4 rating, that chart I showed you before, from 0 to 4. So we made strong gains in that area of attendance. And then last year in 2019, we were rated highest out of 4 out of 4. So that got us to this point. So if we continue that trajectory, we will surpass most Cape schools with our attendance. We're spending a lot of time on attendance and having kids be in school. And that's a district focus as well. So subgroups, I pointed out a couple here that really stuck out to me, that I wanted to, again, females higher than males, 5% chronic. And in the red there, I pointed out economically disadvantaged and students with disabilities, chronic higher absenteeism. So, for example, in the red, for economically disadvantaged students, we're looking at 14% for all kids. They're up to 23, and our students with disabilities have 30. I will say that we need to dig deeper into those numbers, because some of those students with disabilities or the economically disadvantaged, or any category exactly, if they're out for medical or things like that, the state hasn't really been cooperative. They're out, they're out. So there are some medical documentations where we believe they should be excused. So that's something to watch for us. But also a bright spot here, our English language learners have the best attendance in the school. All right? And the lowest chronic absenteeism, double whammy. So that's impressive. Graduation and dropout rates. So just a little research. I think we know this, but I wanted to share it. It demonstrates that adults who drop out of high school are more likely to experience a wide array of adverse employment, economic, health, and social consequences over their lifetime. In addition, they're considered negative impacts on the community, state, and national levels. That's right from DESE. So that's why they track this very carefully. So here's us for other schools. We had a slight dip in 2019 in 4- and 5-year graduation rates. The dropout rate, on the other hand, is in a real good spot compared to other schools. And we earned a 4 out of 4 on the accountability and dropout. So we focus on both of these, but we believe if we can get the kids from dropping out, there's also data on the 5-year cohort you see up there as well. We're working on that. If a kid doesn't graduate, drop out, we've got 5 years at least to get them to graduate. So we're proud of the dropout rate going in the right direction and getting highly recommended or commended for that, but we're also not proud enough of the 90.7. We want to get that up considerably. So that's something we've been working on for a while, and we'll continue to do so. So here's some more graduation dropout rate subgroup information. So in the blue is the graduation, and in the, what color is that, Jen? What's the color of your shirt? Pink? That's pink? Okay. Sorry. Wow. You're a plant too, you're supposed to. All right, cranberry. So the 4-year graduation rate for all students was 90.7, and you can see that the males were 87 and the females were 95. So just something to look at, and as we get trends going, we'll see if that holds true, or maybe it's just a 1-year thing. So this is 1 year's worth of data, so it's tough to know. Economically disadvantaged are around where the boys are, 85.7. And then if we look at our dropout rate, which is nice and low, under 1%, but we go down to the economically disadvantaged, and it's three times that. And then it explodes to student with disabilities up to over 5%. So we're seeing a little trend here with those two categories that we need to pay close attention on. So English language learner progress. Last year, a 3.9 or higher on they take an English literacy assessment when they come to the country, and a 4.2 or high score for the overall composite qualifies a student for meeting their exit criteria from English Learner Services, attaining proficiency. Our students here in 2019 was 3.9, so that's below the 3.3, below the 3.9 score we needed. And on the composite, 3.1, considerably lower than the 4.2. We weren't doing a good job there. Of the 20 EL students tested, only 2 made progress, and only 1 met exit criteria. Both our students that have been in Massachusetts for 6 or more years did not gain proficiency. The state recommends that after 6 years of being in the country, you should have proficiency. So this was, I will say that this was last year. We were aware of this data as we move forward. As you recall, we added a new EL teacher because we've had an explosion in our population. We added a paraprofessional in that department also, and I expect these scores to change substantially. We've already had 2 students in our EL program that had failed the MCAS on several prior attempts that are now in this program with the added staff and supports and curriculums that both passed. So that's one anecdotal story that will go in the right direction. I expect to see more for next year. It's a good example, practical example of how the data can help us make our staffing decisions and where we need to allocate our resources. So grade 8 to 12 English learners, this is what the makeup of our school is. This was just for your information. And the years in Massachusetts, and then on the right, we would like to get all those students 100% into the advanced category, so that's a starting point, that we have 30% in the beginning level, intermediate 20%, and 50% in advanced. That's where they are in our school. Next category. Anybody know what slide we're on? Getting there, okay, good. Moving all right. They're all awake. So this one is movement into advanced coursework. And this is unique. We started with 9th grade because in our internal studies, we found that there's a lot of movement from 8th grade to 9th grade. 8th grade curriculum is pretty set, and they've got a couple of electives. In 9th grade, the high school experience begins. They've got to start achieving graduation expectations, but also there's some level movement where they can start jumping up and working towards AP and that type of thing. So we want to start tracking that early. We're tracking the 11th and 12th graders, but we also wanted to start tracking 9th grade this year, because what we found is once you get into a certain college prep or advanced or honors, there's not a lot of movement. So we wanted to kind of start following this data and see where kids get stuck and trying to start moving everybody up. So our goal is to get more students in our advanced coursework. On the left there, I think that says 80-20, that's our breakdown of population of white students versus non-white students. And on the right, from 9th grade, moving up to advanced, 88% of our white students moved up, so that's only 12% of our non-white students. So that's something we have to keep an eye on right there. If we're saying that in 9th grade, a lot of kids get stuck and aren't, if they're not in higher level courses by 9th grade, they don't eventually make it to the AP advanced level coursework, then this category of students of color are not attaining that in our school right now for this year in the snapshot. So it's something we will keep an eye on. Now we get into the upper grades. And so a definition of courses that are considered advanced would be advanced placement, or what we call AP courses. International Baccalaureate, which are IB courses we don't offer here. Sturgis offers those exclusively, similar to the AP. Dual enrollment, which was when a student will come here for courses, but also maybe to the 4Cs. And other challenging classes in a variety of subjects that the DESE has to approve. So, some good news here. And this shows rigor in your coursework. We're in the top 3 in Cape Cod. Sturgis is not. There are 100 there, so I don't count them because they're an IB program, which is all their courses are good. It's like if we were in a school that was all AP. All the kids would be in there by default. So that's pretty impressive right there, and something we'll continue to work on. But again, another example of top 3 on the Cape and growing. And high-level coursework for our kids. The kids are doing great. So here's a little breakdown by subgroups. So we've got strong growth in this category. We received a 4 out of 4 in the accountability rating, which is a huge improvement over the last year because we spent a lot of time on looking at this and raising the bar and expectations for our kids, and credit to our kids that they jump up and took advantage of not only going up, and later slides I'll show you when we get to our advanced testing and kids enrolled and how they do, they're succeeding. So I think if you set the bar high, kids will rise to it. So next thing up is PSAT. As you know, the SAT is a requirement for many colleges. This is the practice SAT. We give this to all of our students during school time for no charge. We want equal opportunity. We want students to know what the SAT is about. We educate them on that, and we'll show you the results of that, how we're doing in SAT. We've got more kids taking it, but we've also got more kids being successful in the SAT score by offering it during the school day, educating them on the importance of it, get them used to taking it, so they will take the SAT when the time comes. So that's a commitment we've made, and it's paying off. So, also, we get data from it that we can use to align our curriculum, and some analysis we made out of this slide here is that, you know, our ELA and math are consistent, but, well, at least in the English up there, it's declining slightly, right? So that's the trend we don't want, that's the way we don't want to be going. So if you look at that, they broke that out, 519, 498, 480, so that's going the wrong way. So that's something, again, one of the data points we use to incorporate our literacy across the school curriculum this year, or theme, because we needed to get our reading and writing scores up in MCAS and in PSCT and SATs. And then the math, you know, a little dip again, but pretty stagnant. We want the curve to be going up. But that's practice, so that's good for the kids. So let's see how they do in the SAT. Again, top 3 on Cape Cod. All right, so that's some really strong numbers there. And as you saw, we're not satisfied with it. So we want to be the top school in Cape Cod, and that will be our goal. So here's subgroup, and I thought this was really cool because we've talked about the economically disadvantaged. And when you level the playing field and allow those kids to take PSATs like everybody else, and it's not somewhere off-site you have to go, because traditionally they cost money, you have to find out where they are, you have to get a ride, some kids are tutored and all that. By allowing all our students to do it free of charge in the school, you see our economically disadvantaged scoring 550. Now, it's not 571, it's pretty close, but I want to go back to the previous slide. That slide 550 is better than most other high schools on Cape Cod, just our economically disadvantaged kids. So if we go back here, keep in mind 550, higher, same, higher, same, higher. So again, top 3 are economically disadvantaged, so that's saying a lot right there. Those kids have a better shot getting to college. So now, advanced placement results. So these are some really great trends for us. We're really proud of this category. And I highlighted the whole column because what a lot of schools did when they started monitoring AP, the number of kids that take AP classes, is they filled it, they let anybody take AP. They didn't monitor how they did in the test, or that some schools don't make them take the test. We encourage all of our students to take the test. Can't hurt you, can only help you. So I would say that 99.9% of our students take the test. So if we look at when we started out as a school, 205 kids, and we look at the first slide we went over is that our enrollment hasn't changed much. So apples to apples, we've increased by 40 students here. The number of kids taking the test has considerably increased. The number of tests taken has considerably increased by 100. And you would think with all those more kids taking it that it may be watered down. Quite the opposite. 65 to 74, and look at the trend, it's just gone up. So all those numbers going in that trajectory is good for us. The bottom chart breaks it down by department, and there's a lot of factors with those that we're not getting into it now, but I'd be happy to discuss with you later, so we're not overly worried about that, but that will decide on our curriculum and things like that internally. So here we now compare against other schools on Cape, again, top 3 on Cape Cod. Of percent of kids in the passing score is a 3. Students are allowed to use that course in state schools for credit. In the last category we have our kids going on to college. We slipped a little here, we want to get this up. Not terrible though, 4th on Cape Cod, and we'll continue to monitor this. Almost 80% of our students going on to 4-year or 2 or 4-year colleges, universities. So again, that's something we'll monitor and look to get better at. We've already got some ideas. And I'll give you an example. When we break this down, you'll see that our economically disadvantaged almost 80% of our kids are going to college, right? Only 32.5% of the economically disadvantaged are. I know Dr. Carpenter has done this, I have done this, we've actually driven kids to college visits, because they don't have that support to do so. So there's a huge advantage of having parents that can game the system, know it. So we're gonna spend a lot of time on that category to get that number up, which will in turn, another point is that category, economically disadvantaged, cuts through other categories, because some of those kids could be white, they could be female or male, so it's hurting all categories there. So that's something we'll really focus on. How long? You're now gonna kill half an hour. Thank you.
Okay, so I have 3 questions. One is to do with the advanced kids or the number of kids that are taking courses like at 4Cs. If a student that is an honors student, honors students aren't counted in this, right? It's only AP.
Yes.
So if a student that's an honors student pushes themselves and they can take one AP course or one course at the college, they're counted then in that group?
Yes.
Good. And then on the PSATs, the grade 10 and 11 are grouped together. Is there any way to uncouple that to see if the kids are making progress from 10th to 11th grade on their PSAT?
I'm gonna ask Jen to help out with that. 10th and 11th grade data on the PSAT is combined. Can we split it out and see the kids?
Okay, that's great, because hopefully, I would assume they are, because the SATs are so much higher than the PSATs generally, so I would assume that's the
Right.
case, but.
What do you mean that they're so much higher? It's actually not, it's on the same scale now.
Okay, well, it looked like we were doing a lot better on the SATs than the PSATs.
You don't get to weight at all.
Okay. And the last comment I have is a little bit tangential, but not in my mind. The ELL kids that are becoming, or not becoming proficient, that was a problem in here. Is there anything in the towns or in the schools where parents can come in and learn in the day or night? So, because I really feel like I don't know what all we're doing for the kids, but I do know that for many kids, if they're not speaking English at home, it's a major problem. And so if the parents learn, I think we'll have a lot more success. So I'm just wondering if that's happening anywhere.
Sure, I could start with that, and I think Dr. Copper can add anything on this. Yes, we actually have a district-wide initiative where we teach English to parents that we've had for a few years, which is exciting. I go down and meet those parents, and it's a wonderful way to do that. This year, I started a club. The kids named it. It's run by the kids that are in our English Learners Program. It's the International Club United, or ICU. One of the kids pointed out, isn't that in a hospital and not a good place to be? I said, yes, but this is the fun place to be. So we're ICU, and the kids have come up with an idea, because I told them that I want to meet their parents, that we're going to have a cultural celebration with food, and we're going to invite their parents in. So we're looking at ways through the kids, because we've got some brilliant kids here. And just one other practical example with that club. The kids, because now they have my year and I have theirs, the kids pointed out to me that, I asked them how they feel when they went to school, and they felt very welcomed and respected. However, it would have been better if they had someone from their culture or that speak their language to come and kind of take them around. And so what they've started, or they're going to start, is a buddies program, which they will volunteer. When a new student moves in from another country, someone from that country will go and be their buddy, show them around the school, show them the ropes, and it'll be much more comforting. And so those are just 2 things in the first day that they come up with, so that's pretty exciting. I don't know if anybody wants to add to that.
And it's not really just a high school problem, what I was
No,
referring to.
we're focused on it district-wide, absolutely. Sure.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sharon. Any other questions
Yeah, I have a few. So with AP exams, if you've got economically disadvantaged kids, because there's a payment attached to those test fees. So how does that get worked out? If somebody, let's just say hypothetically, is taking 3 and 4 exams, that's a pretty hefty fee for a
Yes.
family.
Yeah, we have scholarships for
Okay,
students, so no student, I don't know where this about doing double negative, because we had so many in the last round. Every student is able to take the test regardless of their income.
Okay,
We
perfect.
support them. Yeah.
Wonderful. And then with the SATs, on so many pages, I can't remember exactly where I've marked all these, but with the SAT, you had a category, there was a 0 in the disability category. Why is that? If,
I'd have to look at it.
So,
Maybe
yeah,
not
so
enough
there's,
students.
so the state, the way, so the data's pulled from the DESI website, and if you don't have enough kids, there's a threshold at which the state will not report, so the way to interpret it is there wouldn't be enough kids who are taking it to mask the identity of the group. So I don't know what the threshold is at how many, maybe it's 10 that need to take it before the state, so it does indicate that, on some level, too few of our students with disability are taking the SAT.
okay, so then I guess a better question is, how do you define that? Because if you've got somebody with a learning disability, that doesn't count. So if they're on an IEP and they have, say, dyslexia, that doesn't count in the disability category, that would go in the regular? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the breakout. Mark, do you understand my question?
Yes, I do, and it's to what Scott's saying is that it counts in the overall data, but what they report back to us as far as subgroup data, they'll only give us if there are 20 kids that meet that criteria. So if you don't have 20 kids that are students with disabilities in that grade level taking that test, or 20 students that are English language learners taking that test at that grade level, they won't give you the data back. They won't release the data public, because this is all public data that we shared with you, because it's too identifiable. Like you could the logic or the theory and the logic is that you could figure out exactly which kids we're talking
All right,
about,
I
and they
think
don't
I-
want that to be available.
And I think I asked this question once before. It's now coming back to me. So thank you, Mark. Absenteeism. I'm curious, are we recording what the absences are? I mean,
Yes.
you are?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right, good. Because I see that females are higher, and just wondering, out of curiosity, if that's just tied to menstrual cycles. It's just, I'm kind of curious what the reasons are. So that's good that you're recording. And I guess the other comment that I wanted to make was with the I think ELL, I think it was, the attendance was higher. I would imagine that's cultural, because I think in some cultures, they take education, well, we all take education seriously, but in some cultures, very seriously, and you have to go to school every day. So I'm not surprised at all to see that.
Anecdotally, I would agree.
Yeah.
They take a lot of pride in being in school.
Yeah,
They do. Sure.
yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just one quick thing on the attendance. I actually got an email today that I will likely sign on to, that it's a large number of superintendents are sort of petitioning the commissioner to rethink how that chronic absenteeism number is calculated, because it does not account for, if the student gets sick with the flu for a period of time, and the student's out and that they're back in, so you end up having these bizarre penalties where the student is excused, it, or, and I think I've mentioned this before, we'll have kids that are, some of our EL kids, when they are out for some extended periods of time, going back to Brazil, for a month, and then come back, and for that whole time, they're logged as chronically absent, even though we know where they are, we know the situation, we don't have any say, but we're penalized for it. So I think there needs to be sort of a different way to look at and parse out, really, who's sort of unexcused, in that chronic region versus, versus those, so, do you have, and I've, any school administrators experience this, you'll have a student who, every other week, they're out for a day, and those, those add up, and you're doing everything you can. That's your chronically absent student that number's really aimed at, not, not the student who was sick with the flu for 2 weeks.
You just didn't need to go to the doctor for it every day.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Any other questions for?
I would just. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. This is not a question, but it's just a follow-up to what you're saying. I would suggest that it's possible that by doing that with people that go to Brazil for a month, they cannot afford to go during their time that they can be employed. And so in many ways that would discriminate against places like Cape Cod that our economics are built on the summer. And if they're going to go, there's no way they can go then.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our next topic, which is ELA curriculum adoption and implementation. Sure, it's full of graphics as I requested from last time.
As a matter of fact, it might be.
The graphics, I have.
And 3.
All right, Mark Smith, Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. Good evening. I also have several slides. I'm gonna try to move through them as quickly as possible. And as I mentioned last meeting, the task force was coming down to decision time. So I wanna, we had a big meeting day between the last meeting and this meeting. I wanted to update you on where we are. We had determined as a group that we wanted to make sure that we made a consensus decision, that our decision-making process and our decision-making type was going to be a consensus decision. So just for clarity purpose, because I had to deepen my understanding on what clarity or what consensus meant, we worked, the discussion works from essentially 4 fundamental norms, which you can see there on the slide, but essentially that everybody has a voice in the decision process, that our discussions and our decisions were going to be based in evidence, that we were going to presume positive intentions because people were going to have different, things that they were advocating for, they thought was the best, so we were going to presume that everybody was coming from that positive space, and then when we ultimately came to decision making, that we were ultimately going to keep the students at the center of our decision making. Because oftentimes, especially when you're looking at resources, as a teacher, you can say, yeah, that would be great for me. And that's important, but what is the most important is what do we think is going to be the best to serve the needs of our students. And then to making the actual decision, so when it came down to the decision, and I'll talk more about the whole process here in a few more slides, what a consensus means is that everybody within the group can see the clear will of the group. So we don't actually take, it's not like everybody hands like you all did earlier with a roll call vote. It's can we see that the group is moving in a particular direction? And if we see that, then we are saying, even if the whole group is going in one direction and I really wanted to go in the second direction, I am committing to the consensus decision-making process that I can see the will of the group, I can live with the decision, I will support the decision. And the last one's very important, that I will do absolutely nothing to implement the decision. And essentially, so we went through this as a group and had this whole conversation. And I said to the group, once we got to this slide, which is about maybe 20 minutes into the day, that no harm, no foul. If you can't commit to this before we get to making a decision, then you can leave and the remaining group, because I didn't want to come to you all and say that we had made a consensus decision if we hadn't actually made a consensus decision. So to give you a sort of a sense of what we did in the last meeting, so we met for 5 hours and walked through a whole process to get to ultimately making our decision. I'm not going to give you the whole 5 hours because it's already getting late, but I'm going to try to give you a snapshot and the highlights. I've definitely pulled, this is made from that same presentation, and I pulled a lot of stuff out and culled it to try to give you the high levels and the most important stuff. So we first started by reviewing where we are, which I thought would be good just to review for you all. I gave you much of the same stuff at the last presentation. It's been about a year that this task force has been working. We started by doing sort of some State of the Union research, figuring out what we were using within the district, and we learned that we were using a wide range of resources, that we were had a wide range of units being implemented, and that had created vertical and horizontal inconsistency. And so that when as a group we determined that there was value in having consistency for our students, that was going to be important, that being in this place of inconsistency was not good, and we needed to move to a place where we were going to be more consistent. We then worked as a group to build some shared knowledge around the value of high quality instructional materials. We went into the research space, we did a lot of reading together, and developed a shared understanding around that. And then from that, then the group determined, based upon knowing where we are, knowing the value of high quality instructional materials, that we should go out and explore the market for high quality instructional materials and see if there was something there that could meet our needs. Right about the same time, that was sort of coming out of the summer, right about the same time I got an email from the Department of Ed that they were running a cohort for districts that were interested in learning and developing a rigorous process for selecting materials. I think I mentioned the last time, sort of traditionally in education, the way products sometimes get into districts is by like a flashy sales rep, or that the neighboring district is using something, so it's kind of based upon like the knowledge of some of the people in the group or somebody with some influence. And the Department of Ed is really working on, if you're going to make a selection, that you should go through a strong vetting process, and that it should be high quality instructional materials. They have a whole criteria for what that is. And they were supporting teams not in making a particular decision, but in developing a process to make a decision. And they partnered with Ed Reports as the consultants to help with that process. So we had, from that larger group, which is about 20 members on that committee, we had to form a smaller group that would work because DESE couldn't support a group of 20. So we had 7 members on this smaller team that acted as a liaison between our larger group of 20 and this work with DESE and Ed Reports. So we'd go up to Attleboro once every 6 or 8 weeks, and we continue and we had homework to do in between. And so then the larger group, we worked on developing some priority areas, because ultimately you find out that there's several materials that meet the quality standards, and then you have to figure out what of these quality materials are going to fit Monomoy. So we had to determine what were our priorities as Monomoy, so we worked on as the task force to do that. And then taking those priorities, that sub-team went back to the set of materials that met the quality standards, and we were able to winnow it down to 2 choices. And I'll tell you a little bit more about the 2 choices we were looking at in a minute. We collected information from the 2 vendors. We already had some information, but we had them actually come and present to us on their different materials at that point. We didn't, I'm not going to repeat myself because time is short. And then we did some further analysis digging into our specific questions, and then we had our decision day yesterday. And so that's brought us up till yesterday. Yesterday, we started by digging into our data. And I know I've said this, but it's an important point, so I'm just going to restate it for the fact that it is important. Nothing made the cut if it wasn't already met the standard for high quality instructional, like high quality text, aligned to the standards, and met the meeting expectations for usability. So that was like the first cut. If it didn't meet those according to the Ed Reports, and the state has another project called Curate, and we didn't even look at it. But then that still left us with 6 to 8 products. So then we had to take those 6 to 8 products and winnow them down to 2. So we're looking at things that we already know are high quality, but it's about what's going to best meet what we need here in Monomoy. Yeah. instructional materials. You're welcome. Yep. Oh yeah, so the three areas that they rate for ed reports, the big buckets are text quality, alignment to the standards, and usability. So we started by looking, I pulled apart I wanted the teams to be thinking about where were we strong, and where did we need further support? Where could quality instructional material best support us? So we dug apart, I dug apart the data, and then I shouldn't say I dug apart the data, because that makes it sound like I did more of the work. I organized the data, and we dug into it as a group. So what you're looking at here on this slide and the next two slides is drilling down specifically into our ELA MCAS data and narrowing that search even further to look at just writing. And you'll see why I did that in a couple more slides. But looking just at our writing data, when the students take the MCAS, they get scored on how they perform on the extended response essays, the answers. Like, they're essentially like little mini essays. And students get a composite score for each of those types of questions, but that composite score is made up of two other scores, which is their ability to develop their idea in response to whatever the question or the prompt is. And then the second score is in the conventions, grammar, punctuation, spelling, etc. So the blue bars represent idea development, and the orange bars represent conventions. And what the bars are showing here is the percentage of possible points the students got. And you see it starts with third grade on the left and moves to 10th grade on the right. And it's so for example, the very first bar on the way on the left is just below, it's probably roughly 38%. What that means is on question 1, the first question the kids took, for the idea portion, they got, as an average as a third grade, they got roughly 38% of the possible points. The first orange bar is the percentage of possible points they got for conventions for that same question. So you can see by comparing the first bar in blue to the first bar in orange, and you just carry that all the way across, and you can just see visually by looking at it, all the orange bars are taller than the blue bars, which the group, as we got further into the process, essentially came to the conclusion, which is pretty obvious. And if you look, if I move the slides forward, you can see this is the year before, this is 18, and this is 17. It's a pattern that is consistent, right? Our kids score better in their ability to do the conventions piece, but don't develop their ideas very well. They don't have well-developed ideas in their writing. And just as a couple of vagaries in the data, you'll notice that like in the third grade and the fourth grade, there's like 2 spaces in the data, like in the table or in the bars, there's fewer bars. And that's just because in the third grade and the fourth grade test, they only have 2 questions that are extended response. And then from 5th grade up to 8th grade, it's 3 questions. And then the 10th grade data disappears when you look at 18 and 17, because as Mr. Burkhead mentioned earlier, they changed the test this year. So we only have this year's data for this same breakout. So that's just why it disappears off the graph when you go back to 18 and back to 19. But anyway, so this was a set of data that I showed the team. The next bit that we looked at was a 3-year average, grades 3 to 5, based upon the standards. So I took all the data, the state gives us this data by standard, and I truncated it down to grades 3 to 5, because that's the grade span that represented what our material, we're looking at a pre-K to 5 or a K to 5 potential adoption. And so I wanted to focus in on those grade levels. And this shows how the students perform, again, percentage of possible points within each standard. So this is for helping us understand relative areas of strength and relative areas of weakness. So by example, the third bar over is vocabulary acquisition and use. We got 80% over 3 years, grades 3 through 5, got 80% of the possible points, which shows a relative area of strength. Like, that's an area that we're doing really well. By comparison, if you move all the way to the right, which again explains why I broke out the other data, you look and you see we only got 38% of the possible points in writing. So a relative area of weakness. And then the rest of the data shakes out as well. I'm not gonna read each data point, but this is to help us see what areas within ELA are we doing well, and what areas within ELA are we not doing well. With the ultimate goal of what is gonna help us best support these areas of strength and or actually really help us bolster the areas of weakness. I didn't want to use just MCAS, so then I went to our MAP data. MAP gives us our projection on how students will perform based upon their MAP data, how are they most likely to perform on the MCAS. And they start doing that all the way down to kindergarten. So I was able to look at 2 years worth of data from kindergarten through 5th grade, and this shakes out roughly to 50% of the kids are projected to either meet or exceed expectations, and roughly 50% of the kids are projected to partially meet or not meet, which, when you compare it, which was a different slide I had, but I took out of this particular presentation because I didn't like the way I organized this slide, but that's pretty consistent with how we're actually performing. Roughly in these grade spans, we went from 48% in 17 to 52% in 18 to just under 55% in 19. So this is projecting well, and it's consistent. It's just sort of another data point to make sure everything we're looking at is consistent. And then I went and looked we've been having an ongoing equity conversation. I presented back to you all a long time ago. I can remember exactly when it was, sometime in October or November. Our district level look at subgroup performance compared to each other. So I drilled it down again to the grade levels that we're looking at. So I looked at 3rd grade through 5th grade. So I compared our white students to our non-white students. So you see the difference in percentage of kids meeting and exceeding. So on the left there, you have our white students in grades 3 through 5 in 2019, 51% of them, or 50.1% of them met expectations, where 11.2% of them did not, exceeded expectations, compared to our non-white students of only 41% of them meeting expectations to 2.2% of them exceeding expectations. And then this slide repeats itself for different categories. So the next slide is looking at special education versus non-special education. And these slides will really just articulate the fact that we do have opportunity, access, and equity gaps within the district, and we need to be focused and mindful of that when we're selecting materials. This is our female versus our male. Females on the left, males on the right. And then our non-English language learners on the left, and our English language learners on the right. So there was that, plus I had reams of data, and I wasn't going to give you everything. But so we looked at this. These are some of the high-level pieces. We had a whole bunch of other stuff that we collected along the way. We went through and laid it all out. And then I had also done sort of an overall analysis of major differences between the two programs. So we were looking at a product made by Pearson called MyView, and a process by American Reading Company called ARC Core. So the next 3 slides show you sort of the high-level differences between the two programs. So the Pearson product on the left is a basal program, where the ARC Core product is more organized in a readers and writers workshop model. The Pearson product, in my view, has more the student materials are more of the consumable nature, where every year, or the workbook that the kids work in, they're writing in, they're tearing pages out, it goes home, and the next year you gotta buy a new one, and it's a reconsumable cost every year. Where the student materials from ARC Core are more whole text, they're more reusable materials. The students have actual books in their hands versus like a student workbook that has stories in it. 2 different types of phonics process, synthetic phonics for the MyView program versus analytic phonics. Quick primer on this, synthetic phonics is individual phonemes, so like the word cat, you would do k-at, and you blend them together to say cat, versus analytic phonics is onset rhyme, so you learn patterns like the at pattern, and you learn the initial sounds, so it would be k and at. I put that together as cat. Now that I know at, I can substitute k with b, and I have bat, and I can substitute f, and I have fat. And so it's just a different language.
Keep going.
Yeah. How long do you want to be here? No, because I'll end up getting to something that I shouldn't have said.
That's the cat.
Yeah. I see, I'm learning. And so the research base talks about, because we wanted to know, is there one that's better than the other? Research base says that one style of teaching phonics is not better than another. What the research is clear about is you need a systematic approach to teaching phonics. And both programs have a systematic approach to teaching phonics. It's just come at it from two different places. The Pearson model is organized in these 6 kind of like broader units. This is sort of typical of a basal program. They have like this really kind of broad theme, like I Spy, Imagine That. And then there are weekly reading and writing subunits, where the ARC Core is 6 to 8 week long content-based units. So there's only 4 units throughout the course of the year. One of them, for example, is animal adaptations. So it's a nonfiction-based unit, which kids are doing research and are accessing reading through the research model, accessing writing through the research model, and an inquiry-based model, always within that same nonfiction topic. It's either a science or a social studies-based topic. And then for the MyView product, the small group reading, we would need an additional outside assessment that we don't currently have in place. Like Meredith would understand, we'd have to use the BATHS or the DRA or something that would help us drive small group instruction, where ARC Core has its own product, the IRLA, which is the Independent Reading Level Assessment, that is connected right to their small group program. So there's a one-to-one correlation there, and it comes as part of the piece. Let's see, Pearson has extensive online resources available. Where ARC Core, their online piece is really mostly just ebook access and reproducible blackline masters. They also have an assessment, like tracking software as well. Both products have that. The Pearson, the cost proposals that I had from the 2 representatives, I'd asked them to give me just sort of some rough, what is it, what's included. Pearson, which is, we have some other Pearson products, and everything with them is a la carte. So you can get as little or as much as you want. You can parcel out any little bits of the program you want. If you want professional development, they'll give it to you at a per day cost. If you don't want professional development, they'll sell you the product without it. It's completely a la carte. Where ARC Core, their philosophy is either you're in or you're out. It's just sort of have a position of, if you're gonna get our product is a whole package, including 11 days of professional development per building. They won't sell it without the PD. And then Pearson, especially as you get up into the older levels, the reading is largely in excerpts, where the ARC Core is largely whole texts. So kids actually have books in their hands when they read like full text. And they're all organized around whatever that theme is for that unit. And then the last slide, the student-facing materials for Pearson. It's that student interactive book that I mentioned before. So it's a book probably about that thick, and there's probably, depending upon the grade level, there's 5 or 6 of them that they work throughout the course of the year, and they're writing right in the book, tearing out pages. That's the stuff that goes home, and you purchase consumable ones each year. Where the ARC Core, there's actual books that the kids have in their hand, plus it comes with a 700 book classroom library that connects to their independent reading piece, plus they have small group leveled readers, all by class or in each classroom. Okay, so that was sort of, I ran them through a little bit longer version of a presentation there, establishing sort of where we were. I wanted to make sure we were all operating from the same knowledge base. And then we went into the process of getting to making a decision. So first we had to synthesize all that information, right? So there's what I shared here with you, plus a whole bunch of other stuff that I had given them. They had collected, and I'll say it at the end, but this group did a ton of work. Like, I left and there's been a few opportunities, there's been definitely times across my career that I've been really proud to be part of a group. This was definitely one of those, especially on this day. The professionalism that they showed, the concentration. Like I said, we met for 5 hours and they were on task for 5 hours working and digging into this. So we started with all that data. I just started to make sure everybody was oriented with all the different pieces that we had. And then they individually, each of them went through all of our bits of data and just started to make observations. What did they see? What patterns were they noticing? What surprised them? Just observations, no conclusions, no inferences, no recommendations, just what were they seeing? And they compiled that. And then Then once they had done that individually, then we moved into groups of, I think it ended up being 5 people in each group. From there, using their observations, they answered those 2 questions. What is the evidence telling them, and what is the evidence not telling them? So they started to generate some possible explanations. So like one of the things that the students, or one of the things that the staff saw was that they observed that writing was a relative area of weakness. That specifically within that students were not developing their ideas well. And then that led them to think that a program that had students spending longer amounts of time developing ideas might better serve our students and address an area of weakness. And we kept tying it back to, I mentioned we had established priorities, right? So we kept linking back to what were those priorities. We then shifted from, once we had done that, to then looking specifically around what were the positive aspects in each set of materials suggested by the evidence, or the evidence, because of this piece of evidence and what we're inferring, we think this is, Pearson Products is the best one to meet this need. Because of this bit of evidence, and this is what we're inferring, we think ARC Core is the best to meet this particular need. Doing that, charting that way, and then we did the same thing for the potential problem areas. Then, this slide's gonna take a second. So this is just 3 of the, I think, 30 charts that we created, and had up all over the room. Staff went around, this is what they had created in their groups. They went around, did a gallery walk, sort of ingested, I guess, I'm not really sure that's the best use of that word, but they took in what everybody else had said. We had some conversation, and then this was we were probably about an hour away from when I scheduled to end. And we were getting ready to actually get to, okay, so where do we all stand, right? So we circled back to these 4 guiding questions, which are 4 questions which are rooted in those norms that I showed you way back in the beginning. So we wanted to understand, we wanted to make a decision that was going to best meet our performance needs, like what we were seeing in the performance data. We wanted to make a decision that was going to best meet the needs of our students. And we wanted to make a decision that best aligned with our instructional strategies and our vision and our priorities. That was another document we had created. And then what was the evidence that was going to support that decision? Again, I was so impressed with how rooted the group stayed in this process. So then we got to decision time. This is when you can sort of feel the air get sucked out of the room, right? When we've been doing all this work to gather all this evidence, but now it's time for the rubber to hit the road, because they're making a decision that's going to impact beyond just them, right? It's going to extrapolate out to all their colleagues. So I wanted to see where the group stood. So we did a consensus test. I had a Google Doc where they had to rate our decisions on these 4 levels. So level 1, they strongly agree, they think it's the right choice and they can support it. Level 2, they accept the choice and will support it. Number 3, they can live with it and they will support it. And number 4, they still have big concerns and they couldn't support that choice at that time. So they submitted that information anonymously, and we looked at the reports on the data for each of the categories. And unfortunately, it was black smoke.
That's well done.
Thank you. I might have gotten a little context from a conversation at the office, but anyways, it doesn't print as well. But yeah, that's the papal black smoke. No Pope chosen. Yeah. There wasn't a clear will of the group present at that point. So we had to then do some further discussion. We focused on, we went back to the evidence. We focused our conversations on that. Everybody, we had a protocol where everybody had 2 poker chips that they could spend. So the one person didn't dominate the conversation, that if you had something you wanted to advocate for, contest, et cetera, you had your poker chips to spend. And we worked focusing on the strengths and concerns that might inhibit consensus, and continued to winnow the strengths focusing back onto the priorities. What was it that we wanted to focus on? Because again, we're looking at 2 high-quality products, so what's gonna actually be Monomoy? And essentially we get to this point where there was the big inhibitor for one of the programs, was because of the nature of the program, we hadn't had a lot of hands-on material, access to a lot of hands-on materials. And one of the companies, the ARC Core, is a smaller company. Pearson, they like flew 4 people out here. Like, I don't know if anybody's, like, Pearson owns education, they're everywhere. They flew 4 people out, they gave us all these bags and like all this like great swag. Well, not swag, but I mean, if you think a leveled reader is swag, we got the swag. And you know, it's very salesy and showy, and we had a lot of stuff from them, and not as much stuff from ARC Core. And the conversation in the room was that philosophically, and what they thought was going to be the best need for Monomoy was ARC Core. That was going to be the best to meet the needs of our students. It was going to move kids in the right way. They were taking it on a leap of faith, and that was a big step for them. So, to address that particular concern, I'm here to tell you that we have made a choice with a slight caveat. So it's like not fully white smoke, it's like a little bit of gray smoke. So this is after we had a further conversation where I said I would come back and stand in front of you all and say that, you know, that pending an opportunity to go see it in action, because we can go see it in action, we just didn't have time by the time we got to here. How would people feel then with their voting change? Or with their voting change, we had continued to have some conversation around that, and then we re-polled. And so you can see here that it's all 1s, 2s, and 3s. So we were able to reach consensus when you see the added little caveat on the end, pending a site visit. So I was yesterday, talked to the sales rep today. By tomorrow, I'll have a date, and I've given them a window which allows me to take a team there to view the product in action. There's a district in Pawtucket that's on their 3rd year using this product, so we can go really see it as it's been sort of instituted in a place. And have an opportunity for that team to come back and report to the larger team, make sure everybody feels comfortable, and be back here by your next meeting, which I think is like March 12th. No, don't look at me with that face. I'm gonna get it done. And we will be ready to fully recommend. I'll have some of the members of the team here with me as well, if they want to answer if you want to ask them some questions, to be able to fully, but they're behind the product as pending, like I said, the site visit. And this is the team that did like so much work. And I was proud of them before yesterday, but I can't explain it. If you'd been in the room, just the intensity in the most positive of way that they stayed focused on this task, the level of conversation that was going on inside that space was really phenomenal, and they deserve all I did was facilitate this meeting. I created the structure. They did all the work in figuring out where we were going to come on the decision. Questions?
Whoa.
Before we start discussion, can you go back to the team?
Mm-hmm.
And can you just go down the list of what grade each of these senior
Yep.
teachers to refresh my memory?
So Amy Hirschberger and Katie Cloney are 1st grade teachers at Harwich Elementary School.
I don't need to know where just the grade.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like to hear both.
Okay, all right, sorry. Good. Ann Barnard's 2nd grade teacher in CES. Pat Smith, 2nd grade teacher at HES. Lenore Chifo's 3rd grade teacher at CES. Cindy Maycomer, 4th grade teacher at CES. Jackie Cleary, 4th grade teacher at HES. Taryn Gaffney, 4th grade teacher at CES. Tracy Hanna, 5th grade teacher at the middle school. Megan Lampert, English language learner teacher at CES. Don King, kindergarten teacher at CES. Melissa Brady, kindergarten teacher at HES. Aaron Cronin, preschool teacher at HES. Elise Johnson-Dreyer, special education teacher at CES. Aaron Senior, reading specialist at HES. Danielle LaFerrier, reading specialist interventionist at the middle school. Robin Millen, principal of the Chatham Elementary School. Mary Oldeck, principal of the Harwich Elementary School. And me.
That was a test, so you passed.
Thanks.
I will let Terry go first. Terry.
Thanks, Jackie. People question the first is about the AIC program, estimated cost.
That's
That's how.
Yeah, I had asked the sales rep for a big, for a concrete number. It's a big number, it's over 300,000 for full implementation.
Over 300, we package, okay. Follow-up question.
That's kindergarten through, pre-kindergarten through 5th grade.
Yeah. Right over that. What would just make consumable per year for all those kids together?
The initial price, which just included the student book and the teacher's manual. No professional development, no any of the other pieces, summative assessment pieces or any of that stuff. The upfront cost was $100,000 and $105,000, I think, and I didn't get a year-over-year cost from them, but it was, the big chunk of it is the student material book. So that's Pearson, yeah. So I couldn't give you an exact number, but it's gonna be 50 probably plus a year to maintain the consumable cost.
So if we package a price and you guys make your site visit, and it's around 300,000 plus for the package, the principals in those two schools need to budget about 100,000, no, 50, for consumables.
Oh, wait, so I think I confused your question. So you're talking about so ARC, there's very little consumable cost. It's a big upfront cost,
Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
and then it's reusable materials.
And that's
The
what
Pearson
we need
product,
to recommend.
yes, correct.
Okay.
Because it's like, each classroom gets a full classroom library with 700 titles. It gets all the core texts that the kids use, the teacher's manuals, and some of the other support pieces. But a big bulk of it is the books.
Minor detail, last question, all of the staff would need, I think that column said,
And includes the professional development.
PD,
And that's included in the price.
right, and we work that out with the staff as to when we free them up to get that training. And the thought strikes me, a year ago, we eliminated elementary one block a week of Spanish, replaced it with tech, science, let that develop. Would that staff member be included in that training?
Yes, well, not directly, because it's not, while it's a science-based theme, which they do align to the science curriculum, because it's based upon the same set of standards. So the science unit that they're studying in English, but the program is driving reading and writing skills through content. It's not taking so the science teacher is still then doing labs and other pieces that they're teaching in that separate class, not the reading and writing teacher. Like the classroom teacher is doing reading and writing instruction around the theme of, let's say, animal adaptations or ecosystems, whatever that unit is. Does that make sense? Am I being clear? I mean, we can include them, I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure it would be the most productive use of that person's time to be in the PD.
I'm just thinking, a year ago, we were talking about integrating that person
Yeah.
into a skill set of science, tech, robotic, blah, 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 to get more out of that 50 minutes or whatever the minutes were. And if this staff is gonna get into some skill with a new rework, the thought just struck me, and it's late, and I haven't got to the grade, so take it for what it's worth, that if we have one or two of those folks, why not get them trained in this?
Yeah, so I think this gets at what we want, which is the integration piece, right? So the person in the science class is teaching and doing science, delivering science content. At the same time, inside the classroom, their reading and writing program is organized around the same content. That's where the integration happens. The reading and writing instruction is happening around the same, so I'm not going to that science class and it's something completely unconnected and separate and different. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I have two questions. One is, it looks like there were half the staff from Chatham and half from Harwich. And there are two from the middle school, so this is going into the middle school?
5th grade, yep.
It's going into 5th grade, okay. And it goes down to preschool or starts?
Yeah, we have to have, that's sort of some of the follow-up conversation. Part of the follow-up conversation with 5th grade is this, like, the fifth grade schedule is very different, so I'm also not gonna propose we spend money in a place where it's not gonna work within the schedule, so that's part of a conversation I have to have with, I mean, I've been having the conversation with Mr. Wilson. We need to further that conversation so that we wanna make sure that if the adoption fits in fifth grade, then we're gonna continue to go that path. And then the preschool piece, it's a little, that needs some little bit more fleshing out.
So if it fits into fifth grade, I think that's a great idea if it fits, because it's nice to have something that transitions with the kid. The other question, though, is, are some of this reading information for the kids high interest, or is it all, like, is some of it biography, other things, or fiction?
Yeah, so-
Rather than just science and math, or whatever,
Yes.
just science and social studies?
Yes, and, so it's organized around the theme, and then, so there's two different ways. So one is, so the kids' research, that's a big part of the program. So, the research question, for example, the animal adaptation unit is something to the effect of, how do the adaptations of animals, help them survive within their ecosystem? I'm paraphrasing, it's roughly around that. So then there's a set of texts that are organized to support that specific questions. But then kids have choice. So I can research that, because I'm really interested in bears, I can research that with bears, and there's like 7 or 8 other choices that I can go down that path around that same theme within a content area, or within a nuance that I'm specifically interested in. A part of this program is a structured independent reading program, which then goes everywhere. It's organized around, high interest. They organize the text so that, for example, you could have let's say a 3rd grader who is reading at a 6th grade level. There'll be options for that student to access text that is at the 6th grade reading level, but is at an appropriate level of 3rd grade. Because what you get sometimes, right, or what most often happens is the inverse, is where you have a high-level reader, let's say a 5th grader, and they're reading at a 1st or 2nd grade level, so then they're reading baby books. But instead, the reading level is adjusted, but it's dealing with themes that are appropriate for 5th grade. And that's where a big chunk of that 700 texts come from, is you've got this wide range of texts that are available, that kids are able to regularly practice at their reading level.
Okay, I think that's important. I used to be a reading specialist, and so the importance of enjoying reading is important. That's my only question. On the quarter of or 23% that had some reservations, what were their reservations?
Their reservations were just about really not, because it's a big instructional shift. So basal program is what the majority of our teachers know. It's the majority of what they were brought up with, the majority of what's been existing in our district prior. So for most people, it's an instructional lift and shift for us.
Yeah.
I didn't voice my opinion. This was the direction I was hoping we were gonna go, because I think instructionally, as I look from K through 12, and I look at areas that our students could be doing better beyond 5th grade,
Yes.
I think this is the highest lever to support that, because it supports the thinking, the depth, like when Robin's staff was here presenting about deep learning, they're spending 6-8 weeks in the same content area.
Yeah.
It supports the development of background knowledge for our English language learners, for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. It supports all the building of background knowledge and vocabulary, because they stay in that idea for a long time.
2 points. I think I lost you at the end. You've had, in terms of process, you've had the groups together for a year. They're still talking to each other.
Yep, for starters, yep. They haven't killed me yet. Yep, I was able to walk out of there
I didn't
fully
even want
intact.
to raise that, good. They're doing a site visit in March, and the resolution date, is there a sort of an organic resolution date, or do you have a fixed deadline? And then my second point, knowing how I feel about these things, you deliberately printed a phony cover page for tonight's meeting to include a spelling error.
Well, yes, not on purpose, and I noticed it while I was sitting over there, so it's correct on, well, no, it's not even correct in slideshow, because I meant to come fix it up here, yeah. I know, as I was reviewing my presentation before I came up, I was like, I can't believe I did
Just
that.
kind of yanked my chain there on that one.
No, yeah, I'd like to say it was on purpose. I'm glad that somebody noticed. I hope not.
Joe, you're all set?
So the resolution date?
Oh, yeah, so by the next school committee meeting.
Mary?
So I'm fighting between my like teacher hat and my school committee hat, so tell me if I'm totally, if I shouldn't be asking these questions. But a lot of the data that you kind of went over was around writing, but then when you were describing the different products, you talked a lot about the reading. So the component is the writing component with the ARC. I was on their website a little bit, but it doesn't give a ton of information.
No, it's not, the website's quite frankly terrible.
Is it a writer's workshop model?
Yes, and, so it's what the teachers ultimately, sorry, do you have more questions?
No, it's okay, go ahead.
Yeah. What the teachers really liked about, the approach to writing is they stick with one, style of writing, so they do, for one unit, they do narrative. The next unit, they do, informational, the last one, they do argumentative. And it follows that same pattern, every unit, every grade level. And they develop the narrative. They work like on specific components for like the first 4 weeks. There might be, we're working on developing main idea, and we're working on developing main idea and supporting details. And that's always connected back to the research question. And then they work towards a larger process piece at the end of each one. There's the very detailed point-by-point rubric on developing. That was one of the things prior to looking at the data that the team had identified that, and that's something that I see going all the way up, that, and you saw it up through our data all the way through 10th grade. It's writing as a district is an area that we need to be better across all domains. And starting with a very structured and deep writing process was something that the team really felt met the needs. Where Pearson's is really more sort of, we hit one thing today, we hit another thing tomorrow, we hit a third thing on Wednesday. They just didn't feel that was going to meet that particular need.
And just connected to that, the ERLA, the assessment that they have, is there a writing component within that assessment, or are they just using the rubric with the writing piece?
So they work, no, the writing rubric is separate. The ERLA is focused on reading.
Okay.
It's focused on reading and foundational skills. So it's working on figuring out, because there is whole group phonics, and then the ERLA then directly ties to small group instruction. So it's similar like to the way the BAS then informs your LLI groups or forms your guided reading groups, and then might ultimately support an LLI group. But in the ERLA, they just have their own leveling system, which there's crosswalks for across the,
Sure.
Just like there is for everything, right? But, so what, you just do, you do the ERLA with more frequency than you would do the BAS, and that drives, the small group instruction, and then the small group instruction is, more clearly, it's like articulated like the way the LLI lessons are. It's a little more scripted than a guided reading lesson that you're developing all on your own. It's tighter, and it's planning and support for the teachers. And it works the kids both through a progression of foundational skills and works them through a progression of whole text reading.
Okay. I have two more quick questions, I'm sorry.
Go. About 50.
So connected to that, they're assessing the comprehension with the ERLA as well?
That's a good question. I don't 100% remember. No, I don't think it has. No, comprehension is through, there's another set of assessments that addresses comprehension.
So there's some way to progress monitor that.
Yeah.
And then just my last question is, with the 11 days of the professional development, is that something that Monomoy is kind of, gets to decide how that rolls out? So you could do some ongoing professional development throughout the year instead of like all at once kind of thing?
There's a lot of, Like one of the PD days might be coaching, it could be, like model lessons with, where you debrief after, so it's a mixed bag of, there's definitely some upfront sort of, how do we use the ERLA, what is the frame for the lessons? But then it's supportive coaching, past that, and again, we have full customization on how we want it to look. And, I mean, they obviously have recommendations for things that we should include. I had another point, but I lost it.
But someone's coming in to do the
Yeah,
PD?
yep,
Okay.
And it's 11 days per building, like, we don't have to, it's pretty intense. It's part of the driver of the cost, for sure.
Yep.
And, I had it and I lost it again. PD, one thing that the team didn't see, but I saw in working in a conversation I had with the sales rep, is they have, which really supports us well, is they have actually a whole PLC calendar too, for like at each PLC meeting. The principal and I have already talked about, regardless which direction we went, that will be our PLC focus for at least next year, if not beyond, is rolling and supporting this out. Because I don't want to be standing back here in a couple of years saying, no, we didn't really implement it very well. Like, implementing is going to be an important key part of this, and what I really liked is work we would have already had to do, they've already got outlined here, first week PLC, these are the things you should be talking about in your PLC regarding moving this forward as a group, as a grade, and that's how they meet now. And they started this year meeting, the PLCs meet across the schools, so that structure is already in place. So like our kindergarten, they all get together, first grade, they all get together, so.
That's great.
Joanne?
Just a quick question. Are the assessments online so the kids get that kind of practiced?
There isn't as much of that, no, that's definitely would be an area, like we said, or I've said to the group multiple times, there's no such thing, a perfect reading program is like a unicorn, it doesn't exist. So that's an element. The online piece is something that Pearson had head and shoulders over ARC. That's just not where they've invested their money as a company.
This sounds very much like the Columbia Reading and Writing Project, which is so successful. When you blend it all together, the kids get where they're going.
Why don't we look at that? Do you remember?
Didn't make the cut.
Do I remember it?
So why do we look at that? You ready?
Fire away.
Okay.
You like my black smoke picture?
It's kind of blurry.
Well, that's it.
It's okay. Okay, so I'm kind of all over the place, so I'm gonna try and streamline it and make it quick. I'm obviously not a teacher, and I appreciate the task member and the task concept of a group. I'm a little leery of, you're reporting that, half the group was swayed this way and the other, and then you had to go back and meet more. And to me, it's kind of like convincing more of the integrity and the value of the program. But where I was most surprised is most of the evidence and data that was presented tonight was on grades 3 through 5. But we're looking at this as a program for pre-K through 5. I'm a little nervous because we didn't really talk about where they sit in this program, in this curriculum. I know you talked about it meeting the standards for the science standards, I believe you said. But does it meet the science standards for pre-K 1 and 2?
Yeah, is it aligned to the science standards?
Yeah.
And it has further flexibility, which allows us to customize some of the units. So if we don't feel like that particular unit is the best fit for us as a district,
Okay.
we can swap the unit for something else. They have some flexibility with that. It's not
So
like we can
everything
go-
is aligned with our standards
Yes,
for pre-K through 5?
yes.
Perfect.
Most importantly, the ELA ones, because it
Okay.
is an ELA. program.
So is this, I just have a hard time understanding how a 3 through 5 ELA program works efficiently for a pre-K through 2, because their learning is so different.
This particular program is a pre-K through 12.
Oh, excuse me, pre-K through 12.
So they are fully, and so, again, if I go back to the Ed Reports piece, and, so Ed Reports, just for context, is a national nonprofit that all they do is evaluate the quality of instructional materials. And ARC Core is the only product that is rated green, they use green, yellow, and red, across all domains, pre-K to 12.
Okay. in pre-K through 2, since we haven't talked about it much, will we have to do supplements of like other things to meet?
I mean, you always have to, there's no such thing as a perfect program, so you always have to supplement, there's always some points where you have to identify areas that, like, for example, with Math and Focus is great, and there's a couple of areas like, fourth grade fractions, that the unit isn't long enough to really master, so we supplement some additional pieces, to support fractions in the fourth grade. So there might be areas that we have to, but this meets as far as, so this will also, like, prior to my arrival, we brought in an additional program to supplement foundational skills because it was identified area of weakness. We will no longer likely need to continue that because this is a comprehensive piece that includes comprehension, includes foundational skills, includes reading, includes writing. We're not gonna have to then go out and find a separate writing program. This is all in, everything we need for ELA.
So right now, we do not have a comprehensive ELA curriculum that we're running at all.
No
We're
way.
piecemealing everything.
I could, yes. we are
And I
piece-
know that among each school, everybody's doing something different, and that was one of my big pet peeves, and what your goal has been to kind of streamline everybody.
Yes, not only among each school, but among each classroom.
Each classroom, yes,
Yeah.
also that. I didn't want to go that far, but I can.
So when I mentioned earlier that I presented them with different data points, one of them was the work that they had done back this summer, which was to outline everything that we had and we were using to remind them how disparate our resource use is as a district.
And where else is this curriculum being used in the state of Massachusetts?
Nowhere in Massachusetts. We'd be the first ones in Massachusetts.
Why?
Because they're a small company. They just haven't made it. And like I said, the traditional history with curriculum resources is the big box stores, or big box products, Pearson, Houghton, Mifflin, they get into a district and they never let go. And their sales, and I mean, one large company, which I won't name by name, I had already told them that they didn't make our initial list. That salesperson emailed my staff, not me, to talk about their program and knew that we were in a curriculum review, and that's just,
Dirty.
well, it's just the way things have always been done. And that's how the big companies stay in, and so this is a much smaller company. And so they're closest, they're in Connecticut and Rhode Island. We'd be the first one. For what it's worth, Boston Public Schools is in conversation with them. Whether or not they'll go down the path, I don't know, but I know at least some of the schools within Boston Public Schools are looking at theirs.
So I know the word is vetted, so it's not necessarily vetted in Massachusetts, but it's still lining up with our Massachusetts standards.
Yes.
And I know Rhode Island's probably similar to Mass, but not identical.
So in addition to ed reports, Massachusetts started this program, which actually will connect back to your earlier question too. So Massachusetts started this program called Curate, Curriculum Ratings by Teachers. They go through a similar process of ed reports, but where ed reports looks at Common Core, which Massachusetts adopted most of Common Core, they take the standards question and they look at specifically Massachusetts. They look at text quality again, and they look at teacher usability, and they released a report which again met expectations across all areas. They focus theirs on the K2 portion of the product. So take all that together for what it is, but that's looking specifically, and even though it doesn't exist in a Massachusetts district, they did the work to see if it aligned with Massachusetts. That was done by the Department of Ed.
And then it's all science-based. Does that mean our little kindergartners aren't gonna learn about Goldilocks and the Three Bears, or?
So it's science and social studies based. And we will have, no, because
Because they do an experiment on Goldilocks?
No, because, and I'm trying to come up with an example right off the top of my head. So just because we're studying animal adaptations doesn't mean every text that we're accessing as throughout, like our whole group reading, our shared reading, is all nonfiction based. It's just within that theme. So it could be, and I don't know, a fiction story about a bear who is adapting to, I don't know, I don't have a great example off the top of my head.
Adapting to
No, and there's all the independent reading text, and there's the small group reading text, which are all separate from the theme.
Seems extremely themed
Yes, it is. And that was,
but that's what they want.
yes. It's, so you can spend a lot of time developing, so, you know, one of the things that the high school is talking about, right? So as we see these performance differences move up, students traditionally, from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, do not have the same background knowledge, vocabulary, and experience as their more affluent peers. This allows us, so when we go into a unit for a week, the kids with money and affluence who've been to museums and been to all these other places bring all this knowledge with them into the space, and they're able to access the learning better than the kids who are coming with splintered understandings and background. Here, this levels the playing field, because we are all staying in this topic and developing this knowledge together, and using this shared knowledge to learn how to read, to learn how to make a main idea, to learn how to make an argument, to learn, you know, all the skills, because the content is important, but the skills, and that's when I talk about, when I see vertically, we need much more skills-based instruction as a district. Like, the book that they teach in the 10th grade, whatever class, like English class, is irrelevant. What's important are the skills, the reading and writing skills that I can develop to apply to any book that I'm gonna read. We need to, as a district, get away from teaching Macbeth. Like that, and I got nothing against that particular text, but it's not about the text. It's about how do I access Macbeth? How do I deal with that complex language? How do I write about it? How do I reason with it? Those are the skills that we need to focus on, and this program starts that in kindergarten. Sorry, got a little soapboxy there.
Oh, really did. Wow.
Got me in my passion
Sharon.
place.
So two things. One, since it's not taught in Massachusetts, do we have any evidence of MAP? I know we wouldn't have MCAS. For kids that have used this, kids that have used this over time, how much are they growing in the language arts? Now, I understand the additional points it gathers by being in these two other areas, but for language arts, how much growth do you see and what kind of data do you have on
And
that?
that's part of the questions that the team is, has asked for us to collect when we go and visit with the other schools. So to see for this school that's been using it for 3 years, what have you seen? That's gonna be part of the questions we'll ask when we go there. Not just about, you know, how does it look? Does it look nice and look fancy? Like, what are the actual results that we're getting?
Can we get pre-K through 2 results?
Sure.
So
Nancy?
are you asking, Jackie, it's more a question for you. Are you asking why there's not pre-K through 2 data here?
The conversation was focused around 3 through 5.
Because this is, I think the answer to that part was that's MCAS. So we don't
That was the
have.
MCAS scores, but when he was talking, you were talking more about the curriculum
Yeah, and that might have been a
about
mistake.
3 through 5, and
Yeah.
it could have been that you were carrying it through, and that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no, it's completely pre-K through, and to Nancy's point, most of the data we have starts 3 through up. As far as the MCAS goes, it's the only data we have. I included the MAP data, which is K to, oh my gosh, it's K to 5 data. And part of the inconsistency problem is we don't have, and to Meredith's earlier point, like, what are we gonna monitor? Like, those were one of the first questions I asked when I came in, and it's impossible to monitor when nobody's doing the same thing. And not even like, you know, we're not assessing in the same way. This gives us, as I said to the team, whatever we ultimately had decided, it was gonna give us an anchor from which to operate from. And this group, you know, I said to them after we left, like, this is the beginning. We have a ton of work still to do. We have to, once we get a program in place, we need to determine what is it we're gonna measure, how often are we gonna measure, what's gonna be our indicators for success. Like, all that work still needs to get done, and this team's gonna continue that work.
Mary?
And Jess, I wasn't gonna ask this, but now I'm going to. The classroom collections are varied by grade level, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So the kindergarten grade level, 700 books doesn't look the same
No.
as any other grade level.
And it's a range, so like.
it's a variety.
Yeah, and per classroom, so you would get, there's like let's use an upper level.
Yeah,
and
kindergarten's
maybe
a
this
bad
is what I have,
example.
because it helps better articulate the range, because at kindergarten, it's hard to go down, right? So if you were looking at like a second grade classroom, the independent reading text and the small group reading texts range out and up. So you have readers that go up and readers that go down, and that ERLA places the kids within those. They use buckets, a colored bucket system. However, everybody, and this is the part too that was a driving factor back to the reading point, is that everybody is accessing grade level text. And it's how do we scaffold kids into grade level text? You need to do both, right? We can't just put kids at their independent reading level, especially if they're below grade level, because we never close the gap. So this has both, and it's why it's so text rich. And then we've had, Mary Robin and I had some initial conversation around, there's sort of like a traditional set for each grade level that sort of covers the typical band of kids, but then we would probably think about how we would organize that so that we would make sure we had, like, for that second grader who was still like either an early kindergarten or pre-reader, because you're gonna have a few of them, and that second grader who's reading at sixth grade level, that's not gonna happen often, but you're gonna have a few. So we wanna make sure we have a few buckets that we can strategically deploy to a classroom when that need arises. And we talked about too, being able to rotate the independent reading libraries if they get stale, like we have lots of options.
Okay.
But yes, that was a very long-winded, I should just say yes, especially at 9:30.
Yeah, just a quick question, because I'm like Jackie, I'm not an educator. So with the site visit, is everybody going?
Now, I can't take all of them, I'm gonna take about 8 or 10. And what we ultimately decided, so there's, as you look at the list, the folks with the asterisks were the folks that participated in that DESE team, and they have just sort of a deeper level of knowledge, because we did days worth of more work with the materials and reported that and sort of synthesized it and reported it back to the larger group. So we had a conversation around bringing some of the folks that weren't able to do that deep level of work to deepen their understanding, and bringing a few of the people along that weren't able to do that, because if you they're the folks that were more on the fence. Because they liked the idea in principle, they liked everything that was talked about in the program, they saw what the data was telling them, but it's like sight unseen, or a little bit they needed a little bit extra, and so several of the people that will go will be people that weren't on that other DESE team.
So, you don't know who? Go ahead,
I'm sorry. So on the site visit, they'll be going to schools, I assume? Okay.
Seeing, in an action.
All right.
Talking with the principal
and
there.
I guess my question is, whenever you do site visits, everybody's on their best behavior. So I'm hoping they'll have opportunities to see maybe where somebody is struggling and how this works.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the fact that you described it, or at least I wrote down the word applied. It's like how I also wonder about math. I mean, how can you take it and apply it? So I'd like what you said about that. I'm just hoping that on the site visit, they get opportunities to see it in action. Because like I said, when you go on site visits, everybody's on their best behavior, and I kind of not want them to be that way.
Yeah. So when we're going into a school district that they're not selling us the product, they're using the product. So we're gonna get some honest feedback from teacher to teacher.
Okay.
Did I do that? Oh, sorry,
All right.
clicking the slides. We're going into a school that's using this. They don't work for ARC, they just have adopted, and so their teachers are gonna be no different than our teachers in a few years, and they're gonna give our teachers some honest feedback on how the program actually plays out for them as teachers in the classroom space.
As long as that's happening, that's good.
So we're gonna go see it, and we're gonna have conversations with the people that are using it. We'll get an overview, sort of high-level picture from the principal, and then I asked the sales rep is just acting as putting me in contact with the principal at the other school. But then the principal at the other school is gonna organize so that we can see it in action in the classrooms, because the teachers just wanna see how it all fits together. Because like I said, it's an instructional shift for them to see how all these pieces fit together. And, well, I lost my train of thought. Oh, and then to have some time to ask specific questions to the teachers. So like, one of the things I'm curious about is to Meredith's question around the professional development. You know, is it as good as they say it is? What's it been like? Do you feel like you've been fully supported? You know, lessons learned, that type of thing. And then that can be an ongoing conversation. You know, once we're 100% committed to the decision, which I would say at this point we're 99% committed, then I can continue that relationship. Okay, so you're in your third year. What have you learned? What can we do based upon what you've learned to make sure we don't make those same mistakes? Because we need the whole next part of this is implementation, which is a big whole nother can of worms. You know, it's been a year to get to this point, and then we need to figure out exactly how we're going to roll it out and all those details, which I get a little type A about. That's me. It's a good thing.
As long as it's honest. As long as it's honest, that's all I care about. All right.
Last question, Sharon?
Last question. Of the teachers who had reservations, would some of those teachers be able to go to that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and again, we landed to where everybody said that they would support it. A 1, 2, and a 3 is all levels. The 3s are, you know, I can live with it, so it's not a ringing endorsement, but it's still, I'm not gonna get in the way of this, I support it. And that makes up less than 25% of the group. So everybody was on board with moving forward. There wasn't anybody that was like, this is the wrong choice.
Did you use candy for that?
No, I'm telling you, all I did was facilitate.
Perfect. Great.
It was hard to keep my opinions to myself.
Yeah. Mark, thank you very much. It was a very succinct presentation, and your responses were above and beyond as usual, so
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the information, and we look forward to hearing back. Item number 5, school choice for school year 2020-2021. We have a vote required tonight, and this is basically just to approve if we are going to participate in school choice for the 2020-2021 school year.
I move that we approve participating in school choice for next year.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, unanimous. Well, the budget's pretty much status quo. Item number 6, FY '21, no changes, but I'll let Dr. Carpenter have 35 seconds.
So, while I'd like to say the budget status quo, we have a request from the Harvard Selectmen to come back and visit them. They would like to have us consider bringing the budget down to a 2%, which, just to put things into context, particularly as Mark just presented, 2% would have us cutting $225,000 out of the budget. We, if you recall, had health insurance come in at 0%, which allows us to entertain implementing an English curriculum, and cutting $225,000 has us potentially, when Mark comes back, having to look at how would we implement it and phase it over time, potentially. So I do think we need to pull our finance subcommittee together yet again prior to meeting with the Harwich Selectmen, and we have to keep in mind, if I'm correct, at our next meeting is when we vote the budget, and we'll need to make some decision on whether or not do we shrink our budget slightly. My concerns are that we have strategic initiatives that we want to roll out that are going to take significant funds to roll out, and I have a little bit of a Debbie Downer as I get into the Student Opportunity Act and the expectations of that I'll kind of do under the superintendent's report, so that'll kind of tag on to the budget conversation. Sorry, I went over 30 seconds.
Thank you, Debbie. On to off-site athletic, I'm trying to keep it alive here, people. Off-site athletic transportation, we also have a vote on this. We've discussed it, I believe, twice now, regarding the 2020-2021 school year budget, and if we would like to vote to include a budget line for the off-site athletic transportation. You will have in your packet a survey that was completed The analysis reports that there were 80 families that were, we reached out, to 80 families that was student athletes' names were taken from the spring 19, fall 19, and winter 19-20 athletic rosters. And just to kind of summarize it for the folks at home, the families surveyed, only 27.5% responded to the survey of the 80 families. The team with the most responses was the boys ice hockey at 10, and the least was girls hockey at 0 responses. The survey was available to families for over 2 weeks. Only 50% support transportation offered by district to and from practice, while 68.18% of families would like their students driving themselves when they are of age to drive. Do we have any questions or discussion at this time, or a motion?
Is there any recommendation from the athletic director or?
She
On the
did a
last page.
presentation, oh, excuse me.
It's on the back.
The recommendations on the last page, Sharon.
And do understand, Karen would be here, but our girls are in tournament play tonight, so she's there. Bill's fully briefed on it, could happily answer questions if you'd like.
And Karen was here at our last meeting prior, did a presentation with all of the information. The recommendations would be to keep it as is, no district provided transportation for off-site sports, that there's not enough evidence to support off-site transportation for all sports. We will ensure no student is unable to participate in a sport due to a lack of transportation. Other options could include a drop-off service only provided, maybe a shuttle, round-trip transportation provided for sports, non-walking distance, and both of those options would require school committee support and a policy, and funding would also be needed. This would be going out of in the 2021 budget. Terry?
In the light of our conversation, and as the budget continues for a month with our select board, I would recommend no status change in the transportation of athletes for the coming school year.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Are we going to
Excuse me,
discuss?
discussion?
Yes, just for clarification, so the amount, was it 17,000? Was that what we were talking about? If this were to have gone through, I'm just trying to remember what that number was.
I think you're right.
Roughly that.
Okay, so it's 17,000. Yeah, because I just will make this comment, because these families aren't here, just in case they ask. I actually ran the numbers. I mean, I don't have the exact number, but I just assumed, 80 people, only 22 responded. So I don't know, out of that 22, I guess I have to go and break it all down, divided by, 17,000, it was very expensive. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was a very expensive cost. So I just want to say to those families that, I have to echo what Terry said. I think it just doesn't make financial sense. I was hoping to have supported it, and had we gotten more feedback, that would have been very helpful. We did not, so I think we have to go with what we've got.
Thank you, Tina. I apologize, I didn't see you.
No, that's all
So
right.
there is a motion, there was a second. I'm sorry, but all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Subcommittee reports. Policy Subcommittee, the first reading of file IHBA programs for students with disabilities. Is there someone reporting out from the subcommittee this evening?
Joe, you took it.
Well, first off, everyone has this in their packet?
Yes.
Yes? The key point is that the second paragraph at the end, the district shall provide appropriate educational opportunities to all enrolled students in accordance with the requirements of the state and federal statutes. I would just say this is consistent with current practice. There's no major changes here. There's no departure from statewide norm. And I see no problem at all. I anticipate no issue in adopting this at our next meeting, but if anyone has questions, we would definitely take them to heart.
Thank you. Questions or discussion regarding the policy? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Joe. Superintendent's report?
I'll try to keep it under 15 minutes because then I think the lights are going to go out on us.
Oh, gosh.
So we're under the clock. So just, I want to bring up two things. The first, I'll put something out tomorrow and about coronavirus and just our plans. And of course, Joy knows that I've been watching the coronavirus, and this is me as the biologist, less as the superintendent, since it first crept out, because I'm always interested in the biology of these things. But I also am very cognizant to just the level of angst that's starting to develop across the globe on this. I'm fully confident that if it does surface here, that we can go function. Keep in mind that we, in a worst-case scenario, we have one-to-one grade 5 through 12, that we can make school happen remotely, with technology, and we can find a way to go and support learning remotely in a worst-case scenario. I'm also the eternal optimist, and I've been an administrator when H1N1 came through, and the same sorts of worries were out there. And the reality, I actually believe, I think we have a country that has wonderful science, and there will be a vaccine that will come out, I think, before there is a huge spread. And I can share what I did when it was H1N1. H1N1, I made sure that our district got adequate amounts of the vaccine, and we actually went and put something out to families and had the schools serve as vaccine stations, and we had the bulk of our students and families vaccinated before it actually ever swept into the suburbs. So I am cautiously optimistic that that things aren't going to be as bad as Wall Street as of today was projecting, with sort of like a plummeting of stocks. But it is something that's making a lot of people worry. And I had a mom come up to me yesterday at the basketball game, and she's like, "So what are you going to do?" And I said, "Well, I was doing some research, and I was showing Joy pictures of what happened in 1918 when the Spanish flu came through." And I was like, and here's images of them teaching college courses outside. Because the concern was if you have people enclosed, there's more of a risk of transmission. So I'm not suggesting that we're going to just take school outside, but I think we've got a long ways to go. The Department of Public Health is releasing information out to schools and keeping a pulse on where it is, and we get lots of information coming in. But I'm also aware of all of the angst that's out there in the media. I mean, we can't listen to a news report without it coming up multiple times right now. So that's coronavirus. Student Opportunity Act. I mentioned that we, at our last meeting of March, will need to bring a presentation forward to the school committee to vote on a Student Opportunity Act plan. And the state, so the state has enacted the Student Opportunity Act, which is sort of the new way that Chapter 70 funds are distributed. And so while I appreciate this, I do understand that the Chapter 70 funds that were coming to schools have gotten sort of reallocated so that communities that most need the money are seeing more of the funds. And if you read between the lines, that means communities like ours are not the recipients of the bulk of these increases. And I'll get into the math on how this plays out for Monomoy. But in order to get your Chapter 70 state aid, you need to develop a plan, and it's specifically a plan that is meant to address students who are in our traditionally, underrepresented groups are, special ed, our students of color, our EL students. How are we going to help these targeted subgroups improve? So, so the state has a series of things that they want you to look at. Some of the things, you have to, come up with the plan. They want to make sure you're monitoring your data. They also want to make sure that you're engaging families along the way, engaging families on the front end to make sure that they're part of the conversation. So we, in the next month, are going to have some conversations with some of our subgroup families as we develop the plan that we'll be bringing forward to you. So these are some of the things that have to happen over the course of the next month as this comes forward. So so the plans need to be based on evidence-based programs, and the state comes up with a set of examples or set of 17 different areas where the plans could be. They emphasize that they want these plans to be focused on doing a few things, but doing them well. So the plans are supposed to be 3-year plans. At the moment, we could take a lot of what's in our strategic plan and develop a long, drawn-out, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, because there's a lot of our strategic plan that was based on addressing these traditionally underperforming populations. I would argue that the presentation that Mark gave, one of the things that is clearly a priority for the state is implementing new standards-based curricula. And as Mark said, the focus of the ELA curricula, or one of the things they like about this program is it will ideally level the playing field by going into deep dives into particular content areas. The other thing that I would like to see us do, going back to Bill's presentation, is to address the inequities that we're seeing in college attendance rates. I think one of the things that was just so sad for me to see in our high school data is we've done such a great job of elevating those SAT scores, where our economically disadvantaged kids are doing better than most school districts. All students, our economically disadvantaged kids are doing better than the average sandwich kid. But they're attending colleges at less than half the rate of the whole group. And I think this is a wonderful area for us to go and really explore partnerships. And this is where I was getting at, where we can look at intergenerational ways where we have retirees, adults in the community who have connections with schools in the Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New England area, and start taking more and more students out to see what the possibilities are there, and to keep a sustained engagement going on to help them understand how school is financially feasible. It's so I think it's been interesting over my years of working with students, where you'll take a student to Syracuse and realize, I had one that I worked with, and he comes back and he's looking a little defeated, and he's like, Syracuse is going to be $9,000 for a 5-year physical therapy program, $9,000 total. But for he and his family, $9,000 was a lot of money. And Syracuse is almost $80,000 a year. But I think you can keep that sustained engagement and help the family and the student understand how that $9,000 can be a reality. And I think we have the ability to really change lives and futures. So I think we can address it on the young end. We can address this on the other end, and I'll kind of talk about how and show you where these two things fit into the state's list of priorities. The other thing, just foreshadowing, I went on a little bit of a rant last night in a working group in Chatham on universal pre-K. I see, so these are 3-year plans, so this is a plan we're going to have to put forward for 21, 20 through 23. By FY '24, the way our enrollment patterns happening and the way we see our elementary grades contracting, we're going to have room in our schools to do universal pre-K in the buildings we have. And I think the bold step, if I was to just foreshadow what's coming in the next Student Opportunity Act plan, that again, fits one of the state's priorities. I think we're going to be at a place to really advocate for a universal pre-K. And I was just sharing last night in Chatham, I said that'll be a time where you can imagine that there'd be a significant bump that we'd be looking forward in a budget for the school district, but we would be rolling out something that I think would really move education in our communities hugely forward. I emphasized at the moment, we don't have the space at Harwich Elementary School to do it, but if we're looking forward, it's going to be there. So I'll get to the next slide and you'll see where these, where the state prioritizes these student opportunity acts. So the first one that they list is and the ones that are in bold are places that the state is willing to provide more money than what you may have allocated in this, in what they provide them. So for us, they say here's how much of this additional Chapter 70 money you have. The ones in bold are ones that if you have a great plan, they're willing to go and send more money your way. But again, expanding access to full-day, high-quality pre-kindergarten for 4-year-olds. And I think that's a future thing that we need to be looking at, and I think we need to start talking about it now because it is that big, bold thing. The ones that are highlighted by me in red are ones that those 2 bullets that I put up would get at. So the early college programs focused on students that are underrepresented in higher education. I think that's that. Let's address the data that we see that Bill had presented, where we see fewer of our kids that are in the are socioeconomically disadvantaged population looking at colleges. How can we bolster that? And then number 4 up there is supporting educators to implement high-quality aligned curriculum. That's the presentation that Mark made. Other ones up there, number 14 sort of dovetails into how we could address using community partnerships to do that helping connect our low socioeconomic students to college opportunities. So these are the 17 areas that the state says you need to go and focus your programs that you're going to implement on at least one of these for each program, and then they have these subcategories that they want to see emphasized. Increasing professional development. Mark talked about the professional development that's part and parcel of rolling out this new ELA curriculum, so they have purchasing curriculum materials and equipment that are aligned with the statewide curriculum frameworks. Again, dovetails in with Mark's presentation. And then up there, developing additional pathways to strengthen college and career readiness, which dovetails into sort of the high school initiative. All right, so here's the budgetary reality of the Student Opportunity Act. So the state bumped up Chapter 70 funding this past year.
There we go.
I went a little long. 10 o'clock on the nose.
Timer works.
They bumped up Chapter 70 funding by 6%, and 80% of those new monies went to 35 of the state's 318 districts. Monomoy was not one of those 35.
Shocker.
So here's how it played out. Every school district saw an increase of $30 per pupil in their Chapter 70 state aid. With the exception of two districts on Martha's Vineyard, and the Cape and Islands districts were largely seeing $30 increases in Chapter 70 state aid. You'll notice up there the exceptions. Barnstable is realizing $148 per student increase in Chapter 70 state aid. Dennis Yarmouth, $113. Eastham, $110. Wellfleet, $118.
181.
Or $181, sorry. Oak Bluffs, an increase of $443. Edgartown, an increase of $138. Tisbury, $474. And then by contrast, Lynn saw an increase in their Chapter 70 state aid of $1,669 per student. They've got over 18,000 students in Lynn. That's $30 million of additional funding that would go to Lynn. Our $30 means that we saw an additional $53,000 in our state aid. Now, to put $53,000 into context, and this again is, we want to roll out a new curriculum. What did $53,000 actually mean? So state aid for the last, since we've regionalized, our state aid oscillates how much it increases each year. It has increased from a low of 1.7% in a year to a high of 17.8%. I think that might have been at the transition of administration at the State House. With this new way that Chapter 70 funding is divvied out under the Student Opportunity Act, our state aid has gone up by 1.4%. So annually, we've been seeing a increase of about 7.8% in state aid increases, or $191,000 of increased state aid per year. With the Student Opportunity Act, we only increased by $53,850, which, if you think about it, so your state aid's increasing by 1.4%, but your costs are going up more than 1.4%. So it has, while it's increasing, it's sort of the net effect is a reduction in, in what you have available. So we have, a quarter of the funding coming from the state compared to what we have had in past years. Again, this is at a time when we're trying to roll out a new ELA curriculum. So it goes up 5.9% statewide. For us, we see only a $30 increase per pupil. So, so there are some challenges there. I'll share this with with Julian Sear. I'll send him something. I'll send Sarah Peak something just to have them understand how the Student Opportunity Act actually played out as it pertains to Monomoy. That it is a little bit of a belt tightening if you think about it. Yes, there's an increase in state aid, but if you think about it, in the next month, we're to look at some focused initiatives that we're going to roll out, that are evidence-based, that have ways that we're going to monitor the success of the initiative, that we're going to engage families along the line, so we have to submit a budget. Here's how much money we're going to be spending, and so as Mark pointed out, the ELA curriculum is at least $300,000. And we saw in our state aid increase, an increase of $53,800. So at a minimum, we'll be saying this is what we're going to be spending, but the cost of rolling out things is far more than the state aid increase that we actually realized as a district. So that's the optimistic long and short of it.
Just to keep you updated, nothing to do with that improvement with such small money, but kind of tying in with the virus and angst. And it's on a personal note. Speaking to our daughter last night in Hong Kong, the mayor of Hong Kong closed all schools January 22nd. They just announced that they'll be closed until April 10th.
Wow.
So there are 2,200 kids in this school, they all day off, except there's a teacher town where teachers' kids go to that school. So they have been held in place for all this time, and they've included a virtual education component, which is a second substitute for kids who are K through 12. So as I know, it's all very relative. Now they're on almost ground zero. And Hong Kong has 90 infected and X number of deaths. And that's what these kids, Howard High grad, is experiencing. And cool as a cucumber, and they're going about this, and they're fortunate to have two in the family that are teachers. So the kids are getting like homeschool as they await the next step. And I'm amazed to think of, just think of ourselves, if you were in Bill's comment about high absenteeism. Can you imagine having those kids at home from late January through April and expected to 60 or whatever else? So I just want to, there's the extreme of what our president commented, I think this morning, about 15, and that's what's going to be solved very quickly. And I couldn't help but think how amazing, and then they show that map throughout the world, how this virus is spreading with no vaccine in sight, maybe 12 months to 18 months, maybe, who knows? So, yeah. Makes us less worried.
I appreciate the contrast, to hear the contrast that Terry's sharing. I was impressed by one of the colleges that gave the kids that were studying abroad 48 hours to be home, and they had to sequester themselves. But I had been thinking when we had our mold issue that we could have some event, I wasn't thinking about this one particularly, where it used to be that the kids, there was some, I don't know if it was called the backpack thing, it was some kind of packet that they could do. It would be like 3 days' work if they had to be out of school for snow, mostly. But I heard that was just, out now. So I had called today, Mask, to ask about this. And they said they're working on it, and they'll let us know what they're doing.
So I'll give my 2 cents on backpack snow days versus attending school. I personally, I know it was brought up by some on the admin team, and I personally said I'm not in favor of it. I'd rather have us have real days than backpack days. If, the school closures that are happening with regard to this are not 3 days, so it's not, let's prepare 3 days worth of lessons. It's prepare for an alternative means of presenting curriculum. And I'm confident that we can do it should we get there. I'm also very realistic about the fear and angst that's out there, that there are unfortunately a couple thousand people have died of this coronavirus, but last year we lost 50,000 people in the United States alone to flu. So it's so the prevention methods that are in place to go, with regard to flu, we need to go and emphasize that to families. It's like if you're sick, you should be home. And the emphasis on washing hands and covering coughs, and, all of those are important things to just sort of refresh in our own minds, to share with our kids. I remember even when H1N1 was going, by, my kids were younger, and they were talking about, it's like the vampire cough, it's like, and, so we're gonna be going through all of that again as a society. But I am also cautiously optimistic that, that things aren't going to be as dire as it's playing out.
You're sending letters home to parents from kids who are absent. All right, last item on the agenda, do you have questions regarding his presentation on the Student Opportunity Act? Any questions or?
No questions, make sure my mic's on, no questions, but I just thank you so much for recognizing those kids that are doing well on the SATs but can't afford college, and I really appreciate that, and I'm sure, I'd love to be a part of that, whatever you decide to do. I just wanted to commend that you're recognizing it.
I think it's a tragedy that we have, we're doing such a good job of elevating students here at Monomoy who, so that our socioeconomically disadvantaged kids are doing as good or better than kids at many school districts across the Cape. We just need to help them understand what opportunities are available to them.
Exactly, and I think for some of the alumni networks at some of the private, anyway, I think there's some networking that we could probably do, and I'll throw my name in the hat, whatever you decide to do. I just think it's a good direction.
Thank you, Tina. Last item on the agenda, declaration of surplus. Ms. Scott, go.
Move that we declare surplus from Monomoy Middle School 3 projectors and 1 interactive whiteboard.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh, excuse me, discussion?
You stayed all this time on your birthday. You have to let her talk as long as she
I'm going
wants.
to start with the first cost center of the effort.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
The declaration of surplus, once this is approved, there's a whiteboard that's no longer used by the district. Per the regional agreement, the first thing we'll do is offer it to the 2 towns, and if they don't want it, then we, do with it what we will. But under Mass General Law 30B, Section 15, the school committee can vote to make a charitable contribution to a 503C entity. So somebody reached out to me who was advocating for the Cape Cod Bible Alliance Church in Brewster that was a victim of arson back in 2012, and they've rebuilt the church. But some of the programmatic, kind of meeting room functionality, parts of the churches, they're still gathering things for. And they have I think a science thing they do on the weekends with teenage kids, and they were just reaching out saying, gee, we see sometimes that you surplus things, would the school committee ever consider donating anything that was declared surplus to the church? So what I just want you to do is think about it. We could vote on it at the next meeting. It requires a vote to make a donation outside of that. And then I would need to first reach out to the 2 towns to see if either one of them are interested in this, maybe at the community center or something, they might have a use for it, but just something for you to ponder.
Katie, is it this board and these projectors?
Yes.
Okay, so do you want a motion now to donate it to your charity of choice, or to, happy birthday? Or to?
No, it doesn't,
Or to which church
yeah.
was it?
I believe it's the Cape Cod Bible Alliance Church in Brewster.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Is there a withdrawal in the second?
No, I just have a question.
Yes.
So could we declare it surplus and then declare it to be donated? Or it has to be all in one?
No, it could be 2, but also know that before we can even donate it, the town has the right of first refusal. 2
So is it
towns.
better to separate it then, or is it better to just So if
think
we
this-
declare it surplus tonight and then you ask, or can we declare it surplus and then say, if neither town wants it, can we donate it to this? So that would be a second motion of sorts.
Okay, so we have a motion, Sharon.
I just, I don't have an objection for anyone that needs it to get it. I just think that it would make more sense to not only ask the towns that we're in, but also if we're going to go to churches, for instance, to make sure that Chatham or Harwich doesn't have a church to get this out, because I'm concerned we might have.
I think this is not normally what we do. I believe we do the surplus, but I think this is someone who's actually reached out to us. So maybe my suggestion would be in the future, we could let the community know that we do this often, and they can pay attention to what we've got in our surplus items, and if they want it. I mean, I just don't think we need to add an extra step of contacting all the churches in Chatham and Harwich. Very
Following Sharon's, and I'm all for it, excepting for the fact that I think, in my memory, we have never had the opportunity to give it to a church. So I don't know, public school, do we call our attorney, declare it to somebody that's fine? I'd suggest that.
Well, it is, under Mass General Law, there's a charitable, as long as it's a 501c3.
Yeah, that's
Right.
fine.
Okay, so there's a motion, there's a second to declare it surplus. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I move to adjourn.
We have to do the warrant.
No, we don't.
Hey, Madam Chair,
Oh, we do. We
Just a
have
quick-
Charles on the agenda.
just one quick question. Oh, yes, Charles. One quick question. Surplus
You're the
is,
only public left.
is it possible on our website if we can list the surplus? Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to Joy about it.
All right. Website. Guys, public comment. Charles.
I said that was Charles's. He's the only public left. You're
I apologize, Charles Gruska, 60 Brienne Harwich, and the lateness of the hour. I don't have a comment, I have a question that ties in the presentation about the ELA proposal and budget comments that the superintendent made. A question that wasn't asked in your very erudite discussion, impressive discussion. I think there's so many educators on the committee, the questions were, it's very intense discussion for a topic such as that. With the funds that we have in the budget, not looking at what the recent select board has requested we look at, would the budget as been presented to this point, how would that affect the implementation of a program recommendation like ARC, which has a $300,000 price tag? My question is, wouldn't obviously be a one-year implementation, have to be a multi-year implementation? My other question was that since it's primarily reusable materials, what is the lifespan that we can anticipate if we adopted that program before we'd have major replenishment costs? And because the company is a relatively small company, should we be concerned about its viability to be there when those materials need to be presented? So those were the questions going through my mind, as well as the excellent questions that were presented tonight.
We should be able to implement it all in 1 year with the funds that we have. And by the way, Charles, Worcester did get $658,000 in extra.
Because that's not even going to take them anywhere close to any other school systems.
Yeah, and I fully recognize that.
Charles, I appreciate your short comment, but I do encourage you at the beginning of our next meeting at the end to please, if there's anything else you want from this meeting, to report it. We always appreciate your comments. But thank you. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned at 10:20.
Wow.
Vote to accept the warrant.
No, not public.